Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Happy 2025. This is my first stream of the new year. Hopefully, people have figured out that I moved from Wednesdays to Thursdays, or at least it's Thursday where I am at. So tonight we are going to dive back in. There's a bunch of material design stuff I've been ignoring. My vacation has been a lot of contracting. My unfinished basement is slowly becoming finished. So today I spent a great deal of time putting in studs, wiring outlets, doing a little plumbing. It was very, very exciting. But I am looking forward to something that is a little bit easier than all of that. So let's take a look. I have a stream full. Let's see. Let's put me there, left. Okay, so there was a comment left on this one, and this one kind of caught my eye because this is on the 5.0 migrations. Specifically, the calling out the links down here for the migrate brushes being broken. And the key thing here, and I realize I probably don't have my stuff set up, but the links down here, if I can grab them, oh, yeah, you'll see here, that's kind of a recipe for disaster, and this is my fault. I shouldn't have done this. Specifically, the links there, because they're pointed at the master branch and working through there, they are very likely to cause problems. Why is my mouse jumping? That is disconcerting. No explanation. Usage low. Okay. I'm going to just assume it is GitHub and or Zoomit being weird. Why is that is... I don't know if that's visible on stream, but my mouse is giving me nothing but, like, I see multiple versions of my cursor. It's got to be Zoomit. Hang on, because that was not a problem until I fired it up. We're just going to kill that for a moment. See if that makes any difference whatsoever. There. Seems to be tolerable. At least I'm not seeing double anymore. Okay. Gotta love when you start running and then all of a sudden you immediately lose access to all your stuff. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but on the screen that I am streaming on, it is problematic. Okay, so specifically down here, we want to go find this migrate scripts one, which I think this is probably just an artifact. We reorganized a bunch of stuff around the repository, and it caused a lot of breaks. So the important thing here is when you're sharing links, and current Kevin will try to remember this for next Kevin. This button up here, copy permalink. This will copy a link at the given commit rather than at master, so that if something changes on the master branch, it doesn't just break everybody. Oh, I bet you I know what it is. I bet you there's dust all over my thing. So let's see here. Yes. Sorry. Repo refactor broke some of those. Here is the correct link. We're going to do that, and then I'm going to go up above, and then I want to find where I linked it. Because these here, this one, this is, so it is actually in my, okay, so I want to edit this. I want to come down here. Let's see, style rename, migrate styles. There is a migrate brushes. This is the one that we would like to change to make it not be problematic. And there is a question of whether it should be a permalink on this one or not, because if we make any updates, obviously these things are not going to change. But I think on these ones are likely to be very historical, because since the 5.0 release, I don't know that we've had to touch these hardly at all. So it makes more sense to leave these things permalinked for anybody coming in the future. So I think it's more likely that they break them. And let's see, edit. I also updated my links above. There we go. Fix that. And then let's see here. Let's see. What was the other ones in here? Okay, so there is this PR here. Clear button size, which this was something that got requested on this issue, specifically around here. And this is probably okay, but there is a question to be had around whether this is the right fix or not. Because sometimes just adding in the property isn't always the right solution. So let's, because this is bumping the, so the first thing I'm noticing is this clear button size is being applied to the pack icon rather than the button, which is kind of misleading. And this is where I wonder if there's a better solution. In some cases, what we've done is we've exposed out a style to give people some freedom to be able to override it. I'm not sure that's the right answer here, though. Because this is very much favoring a material design tool button style. And it's unlikely that there's going to be another one. The disadvantage of these attached properties is they aren't always very discoverable. But because it's right alongside this has clear button, it's probably clear enough. Yeah, though points awarded did update all of it looks like the controls that I'm aware of. I'm surprised Password Box has 2 instances and Text Box only has 1. Let's take a look, because this feels a little off. Did you get a haircut? Yes, I did. Thank you for noticing. I cheat, and my wife actually ends up giving me haircuts most of the time. So, but yes, it feels good. Yo, Rust, it is good to see you. Welcome back. Okay, I want to just fire up my beloved Get Kraken. On that note, I'm wearing new Get Kraken hoodie. They were kind enough to send out a hoodie to the speakers for GitCon this year, which made me happy. Okay, I want to be here. Boy. No, I don't want to be in Launchpad. I want to be here. And I want my material design repository. And then, come on. Load the repository. Load the repository. Let's see. That's what I was worried about. I was worried I was on a weird branch. Yeah, because we were playing around with this script, which that did get merged in, which was great. Go here. There. Now we can check this. Okay, so let's go here. Let's do themes, and I just want to check the text box to see if there really is only one instance of the clear button. It just surprised me that Password Box has 2 and text box has 1. Points for spelling clear correctly. But it's possible this one has been refactored. $267. Oh, there is only one. Okay. Okay. I guess I'm not opposed to this idea. I'm not opposed to this thing here. It forces it square, which is probably okay. I've seen some people request, because this is one of the drawbacks, right? Is the moment you expose one thing, there's oodles and gobs of customization that needs to go in. And this is one of the drawbacks of WPF is if you want to change something inside of a control template, there's no clear way of doing it without retemplating the whole control. Kind of annoying. I've oftentimes dreamt of building something out that allows for it. Honestly, that might be a fun little thing. Port Avalonia's way of doing it into WPF, because I like their way of doing it. As long as you can select into it with a CSS-like selector, you can then muck with any property you want. It's not as trivial to do as how they did it, because their order of precedence is slightly different. It's not quite as trivial. We could get pretty darn close. Okay. I think this is good, though I think my only apprehension here would be pushing this thing up onto the button itself rather than down on the pack icon. So I think that's my only bit of feedback. Let's see here. Put me as a reviewer, go here, and then let's do this. Come on. Here's the review changes. Wow. Why are you so slow today? Okay. We apply the sizing to the button itself rather than to the pack icon. That I think good. There's an argument to be made that we should add a UI test for this, but I don't know that there's a UI tests are slow and take a lot of time, and so there is a question of value add versus return on investment. Okay, let me jump back to my list and okay, so then there was this question here. Got a whole list of these things. New requirements for slider control. Let's see, a new parameter range and hope to implement this feature through a range slider. Now, this is interesting, and let's check one thing. It's one of those, like, on one hand, yes, it would be nice to have this included in the library. However, I think we actually already have it, albeit slightly indirectly. So MaApps actually has a range selector. And so it's probably easiest, and this will, I just want to confirm this before I get too carried away and giving feedback. But it is probably easiest to retemplate. Let's see, MaApps controls, sliders. Yeah, see, they have this guy here, which I think is probably easier to implement or template than to get too crazy. So let's leave some feedback on this, because I think that is, like, on one hand, yes, it would be great to include those types of things inside of the library directly so people don't have to bring in MaApps. But at the same time, like, the control implementation would end up, I suspect, looking very similar. I try not to re-implement MaApps or controls from the Control-ZX library unless there's something specific that I need to be different than their implementation. Because most of the time, I'm perfectly fine playing with theirs. Okay, so this is ultimately the MaApps one, around line 61. So let's go here. Let's grab... I'm gonna have to clean my mouse or something. The fact that it's so jerky but only on one screen is a little concerning to me. Right, we want to go here, we want to go here, we want to go source, and then this one here, and then we almost should kill off the draggables portion from the demo. Draggables is a library that belongs to the original author of the Material Design and XAML library. The problem is he hasn't kept it updated, and so it's kind of fallen out of support. And because he's the only one with access to it, it's not like I can go and update it or anything. So it's kind of one of those like, it's like there's technically integration with it, but it's so old it's almost non-functional at this point. Let's see. Let's see. Copy permalinks, as we just talked about this. Let's see. I need to set a parameter. Adding 2 thumbs to. Let's see. Might want to take a look at the integration with MAApps. They already have a range slider control, and the integration library provides material theming for it. So that's probably, I don't know that this is, I'm going to flag this down here because I think we have MAApps. And I'm going to just do it like that because I don't know that that's, maybe there's something else in there that I'm missing and I'm just too stupid to understand. Okay, so there's that. There's that. Okay. Okay. Now, next thing on the docket, I wanted to look at milestones, and I wanted to look at here, and I wanted to take, I wanted to chase this. What was the holdup here? Oh, this just needs to be rebased, doesn't it? Because there's a, yeah, so there's that. We have a code suggest. Let's take a look at this real quick. Thank you. Thank you, Get Crackin'. I do not need this. Let's see here. I think this is what we want. Commit suggestion. Summary. Let's see. Applying code suggestions. I think I just want to rebase this and deal with the conflicts myself and get it merged. Okay, so applied to branch. Go back here. And then this guy here. Add remote and checkout. That is the magical incantation. Close this for a moment. And I do have my 1 cup of Mountain Dew again. Though I did not fill it with an entire 2-liter this time. But it still is an epic cup. So you got to use it. It'll probably have to go away with the Christmas stuff. So I got to use it while the Christmas decorations are still up. We have yet to take our Christmas decorations down, largely because my son's birthday is at the end of December, and for his birthday party, he requested the decorations stay up. So they are remaining for now. Okay, let's go back to here. And then, yeah, and then I think we just need to address those. Okay, so this is here, rebase onto master, rebase. And hopefully those are the same 2 merge conflicts we saw a second ago. Okay. Concerns me that I see Visual Studio restarting. That's exciting. I just love it when it crashes. Okay. Is there a reason? Border thickness exists already, so we don't need that. I'm looking down here in this vicinity. Suppose we can make this a little bit bigger. There we go. Okay, so border thickness we don't need. Min width is already there. Increase content is already there. Decrease content is already there. So we can take the empty one here because we aren't dropping any of these properties. They're all still there. It's just they look to have been reordered. That's fine. That's an easy conflict. See, this is the type of thing where I want AI to solve it for me. Okay, and then this is namespace, material design themes, UI test, WPF, numeric up downs. And this is up down controls. I think we want up down controls based upon the folder structure. We're going to take that one. Easy mode. Continue rebase. Let's see here. Maybe I should have squashed first. Okay, so let's go here. And then border thickness, same thing, just from the next commit. It looks like, because we still have increase, decrease, border thickness, min width all represented there. So that's easy. One of the ways to dodge having to deal with these conflicts multiple times in a row is legitimately to just squash all the commits, which we may go do here in a minute. We'll see how easy this is to resolve. Okay, so this is, so short version, Git has lost its mind because it doesn't know when things get moved around where they go. And I am strongly inclined to think that it doesn't know anything about any of this stuff. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to abort rebase and we're going to squash because I don't want to deal with any of this stuff. So let's see here. Can I silo from here? Yeah. Solo this. This is probably where we did that work. And then I would like to include master in this. Okay, so what do we got here? Just these. Squash all 4 commits. Okay, now that we have them all squashed, the rebase should go a little smoother. Because now we only have to deal with the conflicts once rather than multiple times over. Okay, this feels like something I would rather take this side of, because if we do need this using, it'll be an obvious compiler. And then this one here, so master has this, and this got focus is moving down. Because this is where we poached some of it from Ma apps. So we're going to make a mental note of this and take this side again, because we may need to go deal with the got focus. Course maximum. Yeah, we may just need to manually merge some of these changes. Okay. Okay, so let's abort this rebase one more time, because I think some of the issue here is the changes that were made are not obvious. So the key thing here is this class handler and the on got focus. That's really the big changes. So if we go back to master, this is not master. We go back here. I should have checked out in a work tree. This is actually a case where a work tree would have been very helpful to be able to have files side by side. Okay, so we want to do the equivalent of this in the right class, but because this code has been moved around into multiple files, Git is not going to be very helpful for us. Up down base, I believe, is the magical class that has all of the stuff in it now. Yeah, this is the guy. this is the guy. Okay, so let's go here. And I think what we want to do is we want to put it in the non-generic base. So the key thing here is before we were registering a class handler here. And I think we just need to do the equivalent of that here. So static, up, down, base. No, thank you, Copilot. You are wrong. We're going to do that. And then we're going to come down here, and then we are going to poach this little bit. And that goes like that. And it probably just, yeah, expression body. I don't know. I don't like expression bodies for static constructors, but that's just me. That is just me. Okay, and then once again, you can see at least this link is pointed at a specific commit. So if anybody wants to go see where it is. Okay, so there's that. There's that. Let's test it. That's the wrong drop down. Let's try this one. Let's try this one. Because this should get us back, and then we can hopefully close this thing out. Because I think what we may do is we may just force that commit over to the original work. This one did also add in a select all and a UI test. So we may just need to deal with that as well, because that is not in there. Let's see. Where are the up-down controls? Numeric up-down. And in this specific case, it's all about the tabs. So I'm trying to watch where the focus is. It's very difficult in dark theme, so let's go light theme. This is a lot easier to see because you can see the dotted line a lot better. Let me check and see the issue in question being 3654. Let's just take a quick gander at that issue to make sure that it's actually being fixed. Yeah, so in this case, the text box wasn't being focused, but I do agree that it feels weird that right now it's jumping and not immediately going inside. So let's take a look here. Why do you keep opening? I wish you wouldn't do that. Let's grab this here and make sure that we're actually hitting this. So when I go tab, oh, this is attempting a hard cast. Okay, so hold on. This is part of the problem. This is part of the problem because we want this to be the up-down base. Yeah. Okay, let's try this again. Should probably rename this variable now. But this is probably our problem here. We're going to let that one go. And I'm going to hit tab. Oh, it's very interesting that only one of these fired. That one worked. That one also worked. Okay, so shift, hold on. I need to go back here. So tab. This middle one that's problematic, it looks like. Because as I bounce between it, this is the only one that's giving me problem. This is decimal up down. This is numeric up down. So decimal up down is doing something different than numeric up down that's causing this thing to break. Okay, so let's check decimal up down to see what do you have that is different. I have to believe it's going to be simple. Because the change for this is actually what broke. Yeah, because this is still just up down base. Still just an up down control. It's not like decimal up down changes anything about focus. Up down base generic, I don't believe does anything interesting. Because those are all the same. So it's got to be then in the style for this, which is going to be themes. And where did we put it? Numeric up down controls. Okay, so numeric up down. And then I assume we've got decimal up down in here somewhere. Decimal up down. Outline up down base. Filled up down base. There's functionally only one of these guys that's doing anything interesting with the focus stuff. Let's decimal. So, because in this style, let's see, what do we got here? We just have the default decimal up down compared to the regular numeric up down. Nothing fancy. So let's see, I'm just trying to find those two styles because these are the two floating hint ones. Don't care about those. This is the filled one. This is filled numeric. Up, down. Outline, up, down, which we aren't using. Outline. So these bottom six are not our problems. Numeric up down button style, that's fine. I am wondering, numeric up down. I'm surprised that I'm not seeing. Where are the defaults? Are the default ones all the way over in here? Let's see. Material design 2 defaults. It must be here, is my theory. But these are all just the built-in ones. Where is what I'm expecting to find is an implicit style for it's got to be something that derives from this. That's the only thing that makes sense. That is the only thing that makes sense. So let's hunt these down because there's got to be a implicit style somewhere in the hierarchy. apps numeric up down. Yeah, oh, they're here in generic. Decimal up down, they both get the exact same style applied to them. And why is, if they are both getting the same style, when I go tab, why does focus not trigger there? So I want Snoop. I want to see what element is getting focus when I do that. So we grab our trusty Snoop, push this to the side, push this here. Okay. So key thing to be watching is this focused element down here and where it is. We can click on it and see, okay, this guy here is inside of a numeric up down, and if you look real carefully, I'll make it light theme so it's more obvious, the red outline one. So we are currently focused on the text box inside of it. When we tab, our focused element moves to the decimal up-down control. And we never hit our breakpoint. We removed our breakpoint. So let's put that back here real quick. We're going to move focus here. Come here, add a breakpoint. I hit tab. We do not hit our breakpoint. Whoa. Something's wrong. Oh. It's registered on the wrong. That's why. It's registered on the wrong type. That is probably why the numeric one worked and the decimal one didn't. Okay. Try this again. So, moving breakpoint for sanity reasons. I am here, I tab, I am here, I tab, shift tab, world's a happy place. Okay. That handles that. And now we have the test that got added, which is this one down here. We're just going to grab this guy. Numeric up down tests. And we are going to UI tests. And in fact, it is probably worth drop that. And I think we're going to duplicate this across decimal as well as numeric. Given that we just had a bug that was specific to decimal, it seems prudent to do this. Okay, so this becomes decimal up down. I was just checking to see if there's a common base between these, because sometimes we can write tests that span them both. That goes there. Okay, so we are going to run this test. Make sure that we see, we'll probably see the screen flash for a second as it fires up the app, but we should see the little blue box go green. Great. Numeric test. Run test. Might have been nice to do this with a test before rather than chasing our tails. Okay, now here is the fun one, right? So we've redone this stuff, but the question is, can we redo the same PR, right? Because the problem is we've now done work on master. And this branch over here is off with the old stuff, right? And it's not quite what we want. So what we are going to do, we want to add the select all functionality because that was a thing we added. Oh, is that already added? Did we? It's not showing as a diff there, which makes me suspect that it got added already. The up, down, base. Why is it not showing in my diff? Kind of expect. Oh, because it's way down here. This is what we want. Okay, so up, down, base. And we're going to just add in this guy. Does he know about it? He does. It's interesting that these things live here, but the apply template lives a layer up. I'm going to move this down. This seems like it's at the wrong level. It seems wrong to have the fields on the non-generic base and then expect a derived class to set them. Let's see. So it wants increase button click, an increase on decrease. Bring these guys down as well. Value property clamp. That's probably why these ones are here. Let's see. Do that for a moment. Because these ones I don't think we can implement here. I think these ones have to live back up there. But what we can do, we can put these back up here. Right? But we can go down here and we say, well, these things need to be able to have them, so protected abstract, private abstract. No, private abstract doesn't make any sense. And then we just get rid of the implementations. That way the base can call it. And then this guy up here just needs to change to protected override to handle that properly. Boom, boom, boom. That works. Okay, what else is it unhappy about in the on apply template? Text box lost focus, and it needs a value to string set. Okay, text box lost focus. Do you do anything with the value? You do. Let's see here. I think what we're going to do instead I think we're going to move. Do the repeat buttons need to live down here? They're declared down here, so they kind of do. This one will have them, but I think we're going to split the. Let me come back here, and I want to grab my current pending changes. And on here, I would like to discard, put those back, and discard to put those back, just for the moment. So I think what we're going to do we're going to do this. And then this guy down here is going to be responsible for setting them. That way because this now tracks a little bit more. Because if you're going to own the fields, you should probably be the one responsible for setting them. These no longer need to exist here. This no longer needs to be abstract, and these can go back to being private. Oh, I reverted, so they already are private. Okay. that way we don't rely on somebody setting this outside of it. Just because if somebody else derives from up down base without deriving from the generic, they would lose that assignment, and I would like to not lose that. There. So we just moved the assignment of the fields down into the base where the fields are declared, which I think makes more sense. We are going to discard this change. It keeps the got focus. We've got the select all. Oh, and we don't need these anymore either. Discard. Discard. Okay, so that gets us into there. This file's unsaved changes. Yes. I don't know what my unsaved changes were that were so important. Checking to make sure we didn't lose anything. Okay, that makes me feel a lot better. There. Now we have the select all. I just want to rerun the UI test for that real quick for each of these just to make sure there's nothing broken in here. There shouldn't be, but you know, we're going to just double check our work. Clicky, clicky, do all the buttons. Clicky, clicky, do all the buttons. And hands up. There we go. That one all passed. Then run these ones. We're looking for all green checks. It's basically the exact same tests, only for both of the controls. And it's kind of unlikely. It's a little overkill to have the tests on both because these are testing the template and it's a shared template between them. So if one passes, it's going to be hard for it to fail on just one is the point. But we saw that it was still possible. Okay. Even with the shared base. Okay, so that handles that. Now for the interesting bit, right? So we've got pending changes on master. We've got an open PR here. How do we do this? Step 1, right? So Control B, make a branch, temp. And then I am going to grab everything here and put it here. Let's see. And then we're going to grab this, put it here. Okay. That gets this. Stage all changes. And then I'm going to move myself to the left so I'm not blocking. Okay, so pending changes, we're going to make a commit, right? And you'll note I named my branch temp just to give me an anchor point. I'm going to grab this branch here, right? And the one thing I am also aware of is I appear to, when I squashed, it doesn't show the co-author, which is a little disconcerting for me. So we're going to stop siloing. And what I would like to do is I would like to grab this branch here, reset local to there. So this is without the extra stuff, right? Because I want to give the original author their credit as well, right? Because they started this work. Now I think what I can do is I can interactive rebase on top of here, and I can go drop, 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 drop. Oh, it won't let me rebase with no steps. Interesting. Okay. So abort rebase. Well, I guess what we're going to do then is we're just going to move the pointer. So we'll take this branch, reset hard, which says pick the branch pointer up and put it down here, darn it. I'm going to validate my upstream. Where is set upstream? Confirm branch. Set upstream. Got it. So it is pointed at Corvin's upstream, which is perfect. We're going to push. We're going to force push. And now the existing PR should be updated with all of that stuff. We are going to enable auto merge. And this guy should just go. I'm going to just double check to make sure there's nothing weird. It shows 3 files changed. What were the 3 files? Oh, because we did both unit tests. Got it. Got it. Okay, so we are going to approve these changes. And then we are going to approve the run. And auto merge is set, and that should go through. Okay, great. That'll get that out of the way. This merged. Yep, so this is closed. So that is done. Okay. Allow dialog host to allow control from calling code. Yeah, this is an awkward one. And I don't think Nikolai will be too disappointed if I punt it one more version. Because we had a lot of discussion on this, and I don't think we ever came to a full resolution on what the right way was to handle it. This one's obnoxious. Okay, so, and not to say that this is one where the obsolete, this is effectively saying the obsolete brushes don't match the original colors, and so we need to do something different. Yeah, and so the comment here about having this is what I would actually love to get to. This I have looked at multiple times, and doing the surface theming the same way the material design library does it is a goal. But it is a difficult goal because unfortunately the material design spec is guidelines, not rules. And when the rubber meets the road, like inside a WPF, you then have to figure out where these things go. Right? And unfortunately, there's not a clear-cut way of doing that, right? Of which containers make the most sense. And so we need slightly more because we intend to support all of ours. Now, the nice part is this proposal here, right? And I think this is actually probably very, very good. Yeah, so the suggestion here, we could by fixing the colors so they follow, maybe with a couple more surfaces. This is good-ish, but these types of changes always scare me. 5.0 was already scary because I knew I was going to break people. But it was kind of worth it. New colors could be added to represent the various surfaces. I think 2 sounds the most reasonable to me. Elevation assist could be used in some way to change the colors, but I wouldn't know how. This is kind of possible. Because elevation assist elevation is just an enum, right? So if we look at here, right, elevation assist, right? So this guy here is literally just an enum, and it has this. But the key thing here is this elevation is really around a convenience method for doing drop shadows. So when it's talking about elevation, it's literally how big of a shadow do you want to cast? And that's really all it is. I'd be a little hesitant to conflate the two things because I can see a situation, and this is where it gets hard, right? Because material design is like, well, you clearly don't have these extra surfaces. The fact that we have elevation is already kind of problematic thing in a lot of material design styles, because it would prefer if it didn't exist. It's like, well, the problem is it does exist, and in WPF people want to use it. So material design goes, well, just don't ever use it. It's like, that's a nice thing to say. No, we're going to allow it because some people want to use it. For example, even in the dang it, can't use that in this. So I think the easiest thing to do though is this new colors. I think is probably a good one to do. Because this gets pretty darn close. And this is actually an easy thing for us to achieve. I'm a little hesitant to have the background go true black, though, like that. It's unusual. Let me look. Pro tip for spelling correctly. I think their actual coloring is color system. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. I want to say that there was an actual color specified. Let's see. Do they have a good Figma? Open in Figma. Sure. Gonna drag that over here real quick. I don't know what this is going to do. Yes. Finding the assets panel of any design. Cancel. Where? This is the problem, is now I have to figure out how to use Figma. I am no designer. The heck does this go? Use UIKit in a new file. UIKit is already available within Figma. Make a copy of this file. Sure. I just want to open it. Let me play. Okay. And this is styles, app bar, badges, buttons, cards. See, these are all of the individual controls that they lay out for, which is fine. I mean, on one hand, yep, go away. Thank you. Yep, got it. Even their table of contents, what is their background here? Like, where is Bill? Surface container low. I want to look at all of these brushes. Where the heck do I see all these brushes at? I know you have all of the stuff. I would love to understand where... Nope. I am clearly bad at this. Surface container low. Properties remove. Just want to see... I'm looking for libraries. There we are. Styles. Okay. Now we're getting... Now I think we're making progress. Let's see. App bars, badges, cards, blah, blah, blah. Icons. Yep. What I want to find is where there's a place inside of here where you can just view all of the colors. Why can I not just click in and get these? Why you make this hard? Okay. Like, this is what I want. I just want to view page. Yeah, see, this is where I am not convinced that this color is true white or true dark. Guidance, blah, blah, blah. Platforms, typography, symbols, colors. Wonderful. They've got a Figma plugin. I don't care. I just want to see. I just want to see selection colors. Surface dim. And at the end of the day, I just want your RGB values. Edit color style. I mean, it's nice that you have this. Okay, plan B. Grab that. A.net, and I will get your color. Darn it, I will get your color. One way or another. See, this is surface dim. And if we look, DE, D8, E1. And that's where I'm a little torn here because I don't know. Clear that, clear that, clear that. I want to see where they use background and see where it goes. Because it feels, I guess it's actually, the old background was very dark. The new background is not nearly as dark. And this would change it to be fairly dark. Because there's sort of two changes here, right? There's the obsolete brushes that don't obsolete back to a nice friendly color. That's a fair complaint. The proposal here of doing this, yeah. Let's look here at elevation. Yeah, see, this is one of the big differences from Material Design 2 to Material Design 3. You can see how there's kind of this little nice drop shadow. Material Design 3 drops it, which is fine. But it becomes very awkward, right? See, like this, changing elevation in response to this, which is again good, but it, like, even here they're using a drop shadow. I'm guessing they just haven't changed it from the Material Design 2 stuff. Because here's what we do have at our disposal. Right, so if we open up the folder, file manager, where is it? There you go. Let's see here. So source. Where did we move it to? Docs, nuggets. Am I blind or stupid? Shared main do publish Shim's web. It's in the solution. Tools. Yeah, resource generation. So here's the thing, right? Like we can not that JSON file. Theme colors. So we could put in new elevation brushes. And we could make these things tie in nicely. The question is, should we obsolete something like, for example, so what we could do is we could do background, right? And we could bring background down here. And what we could do is we could then change this, because the naming suggestion isn't that bad. Right? Like this. And I guess background then remains consistent. The change here, though, is to change to black 1000 instead of or neutral 0 instead of neutral 100. Oh, if I do, however, like the idea of getting these namings. Toolbar neutral 50. Let's see, where is toolbar? Toolbar neutral 50, which is already what it is, and 900 down here, which is, these are in line. So background, no, toolbar here, paper. So I don't know, even though this says proposed, I believe 50 and 900 are already exactly what they are. So that should be fine. Let's look at paper. And paper is actually a obsolete brush in favor of background. And I think, yeah, I'm trying to decide here because the name paper is very much an older one. Let's look at the advanced colors because it feels a little. Where did they do elevation with color? As viewed from the in color instead of shadows to communicate elevation. Would there be a way to actually do it with elevation? The hard part, because if there was an opt-in thing to switch between it, you could do it entirely. I know I talked myself out of it earlier, but I want to go back and look at this. Because the only reason this is a drop shadow is because this thing here says it should be. Like that is the only reason. But if this converter were changed, it wouldn't have to be a drop shadow. It does get weird if you set your background and you set an attached property that changes the background, because at that point, now again, this is one of those areas where material design doesn't care about how WPF works. But if you have, because WPF elements would have an elevation assist attached property, and most of them will have a background property. And if you set both, which one wins? And the answer is not obvious. Partially because it depends on where you set them from. Do you set them from a style? Do you set them on the direct element? WPF generally operates on the closest one wins. I don't know how to solve this. Because what like I like this generalized idea, So to have more granularity. Yeah, like this is also a possibility of something we can do, but what bothers me is there's not enough guidance given here. Like level 2, level 5 does not, right? Keep the elevation story simple, not too many levels. And this is a good guidance for people building apps. It is not good guidance for people building libraries, because either the library needs to take an opinionated stance of how many levels are allowed, or the library needs to violate this rule to allow users to pick them. Use the default elevation and material 3 components. That is great. That is not helpful. I really wish there was. I'm glad. I don't really want to play with that, because we could add more of these in. The other thing is we can add these in, but there's actually nothing stopping app developers from adding these things in as well. So every 50 step from 0 to 100, right? So let's see. What do we actually generate? Because we could theoretically gen those all out. Let's see here. If I go themes. Nope, I am in the wrong repo. I need to be in colors. Colors. Themes. That is not. Where's our neutrals? Where's our neutrals? These are the. There. Oh, the neutrals are actually in the main repo, I believe, because I believe they get generated out as light and dark. Neutral 100, but where's my neutral 100 actually defined? Internal base theme colors. So these ones here exist. And these could, like, is there an advantage to us adding these brushes if nothing in our library uses them? Don't know that there is. Don't know that there is. I'm really torn on what to do here. Yeah. Yeah, and so here's what I'm thinking. There are ways to do the theming stuff without it hard coding into these, because these ones do pass these in. It is possible to use your own resource dictionary, but then you kind of have to throw away the built-in ones. I want to get something that allows you to merge in yours, where you could say, hey, go ahead and use your base one, but mine gets to basically merge on top. And then you can override anywhere from 0 to all of the things, or even add extras and have at it to your heart's content. And that feels like a better solution. I think I'm going to once again punt this, because I don't know that there's a good solution here. There's not at least a trivial solution. Okay. That gets us really, really close. By really close, I mean all the bloody way there. Okay, so this guy's rolling out. And I want to look at, there's one more thing that I want to do. It's been 7 months. Yeah. Close milestone failed and update version numbers failed. So these are the things that I would like to fix really quick. And by really quick, I mean it's not going to be really quick. But I want to get my pipeline to where it really is a click release, click release, click release. There is something glorious about a pipeline that just works. Release. Okay, so the issues here, don't save. We'll have to think about that a little bit. The issues here are the last several jobs. So most of these work rather well, right? So it does some version number checks, build release, blah, 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 update wiki, push NuGets, publish release. Okay, close milestone, I think we fixed. Because I think, and it's now been so old. Let me look. Git. Actually, why am I doing it here? Release.yaml. So I want to history release.yaml. I believe. Oh, we didn't fix it. We didn't fix it. So this guy here may fail again. And it's because this is hard-coded here. That's dumb. So yeah, we need to I want to test these things out and see what is going on. Because this guy here is a wonderful extension, and we should test it. So I think the issue is I had hard-coded the version, and we need to just fix this so it stops doing that. So, step one, we go here, we open up a terminal tab, and we get out of here so we can actually see the terminal tab, and we just run the code, right? So we're going to start here. Oh, I do not have the GitHub CLI. Winget search. Let's do GitHub CLI. Go find it, Winget. There she is. Winget install that. And then we no longer need to do the checkout, it appears, because it looks like that worked. So for people who haven't seen it before, the GitHub CLI is actually really, really slick. If you are looking to automate anything related to GitHub, this is a very easy way of doing it. Or if you're just a terminal user wanting to do stuff via GitHub, this is a very easy way to get away with this. So lots of commands and stuff to be able to go through and manage it. The disadvantage is not everything is there. There's a couple escape hatches where the CLI will let you just invoke REST APIs. And so then really all it's providing you is a convenient way of doing auth. But that's kind of yucky. The other cool thing with the GitHub CLI is it's already set up for you inside of your GitHub Actions. So if you're running inside of a GitHub action, you are already good to go, which is pretty slick. And so you can leverage it very easily there. Because you'll note even in my pipeline, I didn't have to install anything. So let me get myself to, let's see, cd dev, cd material, sign in XAML. Okay, so this is where we live. Do I have GH or do I need to restart? I probably need to restart my shell. Okay, now we have GH. Great, so now we have this. So the other thing is it really, 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 really likes it if you tell it your repository by being in the right directory, because it'll investigate your .git directory to figure out your GitHub repo, and then it'll use it, which is convenient. So if you're in your repos directory, you're fine. In our case, I would like to kill this off and not use this anymore. We are going to install this extension. We're just going to literally run this stuff inside gh auth login. I would like to log in to GitHub. We will use that. Yes, log in with a web browser. And then I'm going to go burn this code real quick so it doesn't do anything. So stand by while I kill this off. Continue. And yeah. And oh shoot. Two-factor auth. Ah. Two-factor auth, you are the bane of my existence. Where is the code? There we are. And it is and approve. And the very end of your auth looks like this. Yay! Your device is now connected. Thank you. Oh, it's gonna make me do this again. Okay. There. Now it got me all logged in. Okay, great. I am now myself. Next, we would like to let's see. So it's going to run this line, which should oh, I did not actually install extension first. So it's important to run the commands. This is why we test it. Right? Boop, boop, boom. GitHub extension. Great. And then this write host should give us something useful. Using extension version 2.1.0. Great. This should get us our milestones. And this is probably going to fail. Yeah, because this thing needs a -R option. According to the thingy-mabobber. We go back here. Right, so we should have this as an available choice. And in our case, it's going to be the org name / repo name. Material Design and XAML, Material Design Toolkit. So in our case, we actually want that. So we're just going to test to see what it does. That did not do what we expected. Okay, I mean, that seems to have executed properly. So why does this line invalid JSON primitive? It appears to be doing something very, very weird. Because I agree. Okay, so that's... Oh, weird. It's dumping out... Because it dumps the right thing, and then it adds that on. So we may not be able to get rid of the checkout. CD, go into the material design repo. Let's do it without the -R. Let's see if this works properly. So that appears to work properly. So if we run it without the -R from inside of the repository, that appears to work. I think. We will echo milestones. We will spell echo without an I, because that's important. There we go. Number. Okay, so that works, which means we probably need to put that back. We probably need to go find a guard changes. Let's get on master real quick, because that's where we're going to want to branch from anyway. So undo. We need that. As of version 2.10, the -r doesn't appear to output valid JSON when filtering. So we're gonna just leave myself a note because future Kevin will, so still using the checkout. Okay. We're gonna do that for now. And then what we would like to do is this, but I don't want to do where milestone number equals blah, because that, like, obviously this isn't going to work, right? What we want is the target milestone that, oh, where title equals 520 get number. What? So why does that not work? Milestones. Number equals 46. Okay. Is this a 5.2.0? Oh. Oh, this actually does work. This actually does work. The problem is, okay, I'm an idiot. The issue is it's not outputting because I need to echo it. Okay. Okay. Don't be an idiot. There we go. Okay. So that much does work. Great. And then this would edit it and set it to a state of close. So the key thing here is we need to change this variable out when we are releasing. So I think we just need to do inputs.milestone. And I think we'll be good. I think we'll be good. So this here just needs to make its way down into here. And that should magically work. Because I believe the access token that's there has a lot of access. Okay, so that should probably fix that. At least this appears to be in a good state. Okay, version numbers. This isn't going to... Well, maybe this will work. Okay, I wish I knew why it failed last time, but I waited so long that it's the logs are now missing. Okay, so this guy here is going to... Let's grab this. And let's just put this in a PowerShell script that we can invoke. Because we can test this. This, I think, should be all set to go based upon... You don't need the or indents. This should be all good to go based on the icon update one. So for those people unfamiliar, we actually have an automated get icon changes. Or, sorry, if we go back to actions. There is this icon update that runs every night. Goes out and checks for updates. And if there are updates, it automatically opens a PR. Right, so it runs the icon generation. Right, downloads icons, does the needful, blah, blah, blah. Everyone's happy. Right, I'm real lazy. Real lazy. I got annoyed trying to keep the icons updated. But the important thing about that is it means that we've got this that should basically be identical to this. If it's not, I'd like to know about it. Okay, so what are the deltas when I pasted that in? That's really all I want to see. So what's different? So we don't need the if check, so discard that. Let's see. This is version update, and then it's changing the checkout branch and the message, and that is the only differences in here. So we are going to just throw away all these changes. We don't want any of those. Okay, so we just want to test this function, right? And make sure that it at least runs locally. So from here, we're going to just go open up my VS Code. Okay. And then let's, nope. I want it out here. At the root, please. Temp.ps1. Paste. Now, I think there are a handful of versions. And what I would like to do is I would like to save this file, and then I would like to go, nope. Yeah. I'm sure I do. Go away. So this bumped all of those, and I want to see the delta now. Is it hopefully... So it revved 511 all the way through there. So I think that's now good. Discard selection. We'll get rid of this file. Okay, so this should functionally work, assuming it has all of the needed permissions. Okay. Okay, so that we fix. Let's see. Fixing issue with pipeline milestone closing, not using right version number. Okay, and let's put this on a branch. So we go here, Control B, fix close milestone. Yeah. I'm gonna spell number correctly. And then commit. And then let's go ahead and open this PR, because my intent here is to get 520 out. Because if you don't ship, it doesn't matter. You don't ship, it doesn't matter. Shipping is the most important feature of your application. If you don't have it, the rest of it really doesn't make that big of a difference. Okay, so there's all of that. That's going to get that rolling. And then once that goes, I think we click the button and send it. I think we just send it. And then 520 makes it out the door and everyone's happy. Or at least I'm happy. I think that will be very, very slick. Okay. Were there any other things that came in that needed? Screen keyboard control. I think I saw this. Are too small to touch. Yeah, I think Corvins gets a thumbs up for this because that is the right question. And I think I'm going to remove these labels, mark it as Is it invalid? Yeah, I think question and out of scope are probably the two things there. Let's see. This one here, I think we can drop out of evaluation required. And that'll go through there. Change thing dynamically. What's going on here? Let's see here. So, want to create a toggle button. Let's see. Palette helper. Could not locate brush primary light. I don't have it. Yeah. This is there is a bunch going on here. I don't understand why this Revit plugins are significantly more popular than I would have anticipated. There have been a number of people who have wanted to build. Somebody must have written a blog or something on this. Let's actually look. WPF. There is yeah, there's a significant yeah. I think I remember looking at this repo at one point. It's disappointing that it's gone. It's a little disappointing that I don't have a Revit. Is Revit free or what's the licensing on it? Let's look. Because this might be it's one of those things like I would love to put a sample together for people, but yeah, that's kind of a lot. I could download the free trial. Like I don't care that much. Home use, I guess. Sign in. So it's 30 days. This is absolutely terrifying, Autodesk. Turn off all active applications, including virus checking software. No. I'm sorry. I'm happy that those are your recommendations, but no. That's not acceptable. It's clearly tied to an account. Interesting. I wonder if I've downloaded this before, because this is one of those situations where it might be nice. Okay, so the fundamental issue here is this resource dictionary is probably living in a user control or similar. So here, while we're waiting for the pipeline to run, here I'm going to just bring this over here where I can watch it while it thinks, and we'll go through and point this out. Hey, Victor. Yeah, so currently, material design, as soon as this PR merges, I think we're going to kick a release. I'm hoping it just works. We'll see. At present, we're going to answer this question here. So specifically, this person looks to be building a extension for Autodesk Revit, which is shockingly I have gotten several of these around here. Again, I don't understand why this is so popular. There's very few WPF style applications that support extensions like this that people do, but for whatever reason they do. But the issue here is this resource dictionary exists, but the person is using palette helper get theme directly. And this is the fundamental problem. And I think what we want to show is doing material design without I want to see if I get this right. Without actually setting it up with an app.xaml because and changing the theme. Right? That's kind of the idea. Let's do something I haven't done in a very long time. CD examples. Let's see here. And this is going to be CD styling, mkdir, styling in class lib. Right? We'll do something like this. Let's see. .NET new WPF. And then dev env.exe. Oh, I knew I was asking for it, but I didn't think it was on my path. Okay. But let's... Oh, yuck. This is a horrible, horrible setup. Bad Visual Studio. Let's just open a new instance. Let's just create a new project. This is... I don't want any of that. WPF. Search. Find it. Thank you. We're going to do this. So we're going to do this from a WPF application. And actually, what I really want is I want to grab this whole thingy-mabobber here. And I want to go here. And I want to go paste. Right? Styling in class lib. I think is what we said. Styling in class lib. Great. And then this is going to be called host app. And maybe this... Trying to decide what we should do. I think the host app should probably just be should still be a WPF app, but then we'll do all the styling inside the class library. So the host app will be vanilla WPF. The class library will be the thing that has material design, right? I think that's a setup. That's probably good enough to get people along the lines of what they want. Class library. And we'll do lib with material design, all right? Because this is really what people are running into. So host app is going to represent, in this case, Revit. And lib with material design is going to reference somebody's actual library. I think that's where we're going to go. Okay. So we have to come in here and we first have to turn on WPF. Use WPF true. Yes, Victor. I only drink 1 Mountain Dew a day now. My cup may be 64 ounces, but I'm only drinking 1. Yeah, it's pretty epic. It's pretty epic. Okay. The best part is this is immediately going to be out of date as soon as I launch this, because we're about to hopefully kick version 5.2.0. But, you know, details. So this will be the one with material design. Oh, this thing needs to be Net 8.0 Windows. Yeah. I get it. Okay. Shut up, Visual Studio. You're unhappy with me. I understand. Okay. Here's the Earth. Round. And then this guy here is going to be button, content, launch, library window, right? Because this is effectively how, I mean, they do it via reflection, and we aren't going to show a full plugin library stuff because that doesn't really matter to people. But let's see, we're going to do launch library window click, right? And then we're going to go here. See, we're not even MVVMing it. We're just straight up rocking and rolling. Oh, I am going to clean that up because I can't resist. Okay, so down here, what we need to do is we need to add in. So most of the time, these extensions will start with a window. So we'll call this library window. Okay, and so this is where people run into problems because they're like, I don't know what to do. I don't have an app.xaml that we can control because functionally, people don't build the host app, right? They are only building the library. And so they are just trying to get this done. This is a hard reference for the example most plugin systems will be more dynamic. So what we're going to do here is library. Oh, we actually have to add a reference to the project in order to be able to reference it. Well, let's not be an idiot. Library window. Window gets new. Window.show. All right, so we're going to do this. Okay, so that gets us into there, that gets into there. Now we need to theme this guy up. All right, so we've got material design as our dependency in here. So now the idea is we would like to go through and add the theming. Now, if we look at the wiki and we look at the getting started, there's a couple key things to understand, right? So in this case, let's do the material design 3 stuff, right? So I imagine what is probably occurring is somewhere about here, there's probably something like window resources, right? And there's a resource dictionary with resource dictionary, merge dictionaries, and somebody's done something akin to this, right? This will get styling in and working. I have no idea why the designer can't handle this. It's lost its bloody mind. Just watch. The designer doesn't work without an app.xaml. I don't know that. I'm making this up. Oh, how do I fix the untrustiness of this? How do I trust the trust repository? Yeah. Thank you. Be trusted. You are happy now. Trust the library. Okay, great. All right. Okay, and we'll do a little like theme toggle-y thing or something. Let's see. I think this is almost one-to-one what I ran into with another project I was helping on. Plugin libraries which didn't have an app.xaml. Super happy you're covering it because I resorted just implicit styles from base app. Well, don't get too excited until you see the full solution. I've done this a couple times to help people out because this is where people get bit, right? So it says to do this in app.xaml, and so we are going to do it here because we don't have the ability to do it elsewhere. All right, so we're going to do that. It's important that you get this in here. And okay, so that gets me to there, that gets me to there, that gets me to there. Right? And you can use custom themes, we don't care. And then we do this. This is usually right about here is where people usually get bit. Because there's something tricky that's going on here. And then down here we're going to do something like button content toggle theme. Right? We'll do something like that, right? And then I don't know. Horizontal alignment center, vertical alignment center. Right? So all we're going to do is toggle light dark. I think that's probably good enough. right? So we'll do this because the let's do toggle theme click, right? We go here, we go here, we go toggle theme click. Do that, do that. I can't resist. Clean it up. Great. Okay. So the problem that occurred for at least the original poster of this issue, right, is they did this, and this immediately falls over. And the reason it falls over is if we look at Palette Helper get theme, Palette Helper get theme goes after application.current, which as long as your host application is WPF, application.current will be set, right? But not all applications that host WPF content are themselves a WPF application. For example, Visual Studio, right? It is not a WPF application, but it has lots of WPF in it. I know that gets weird when people start thinking about it. They're like, wait, what? WPF inside a non-WPF app? Yes. Yes. Yeah, it gets fun, right? And so get theme inside a Palette Helper is immediately going to fall over, but assuming application.current is set, it comes down here to get resource dictionaries, and it starts hunting through application.current.resources merge dictionaries, hunting for this guy here. It's looking for a material design theme dictionary, and if it doesn't find one of those, it just falls back to application.current.resources, going, well, I didn't find one that implemented my interface, which is something that would be internal to the material design library. Maybe the user has something else where they've defined their own resource dictionary. Great, right? And then we get into get theme. And this is where I might just jump back to the real repository, right? Because get theme. Right, so now we can actually F12 properly, right? And this is where you see the user's error message come into play, right? It didn't hit the early exit, and so now it starts to try to retrieve the themes based upon the brush names, and then immediately falls over on the first one, which is brush primary light. And admittedly, this could probably be, right? Could not locate required resource with keys, material design, brush, primary light, right? That's what they're running into, is because get color goes hunting and then ultimately throws this exception and says, I don't know, like, what are you talking about? So sure, fine, great. So one could argue that we should improve this error message and make it better. And perhaps this call to get theme should maybe be a little more helpful to say, hey, you know, by the way, did you actually set up material design properly? Blah, 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 blah. Right? So the important thing here, though, is this starts with resource dictionary and calls resource dictionary get theme. The thing is, you can call get theme on any resource dictionary. If you use Palette Helper, it just, because it has no concept of where to get it from, it's just going to do application.current. But if you don't have an application.current, you can feed it your own resource dictionary. So, for example, in our app here, right? Let's see. We can't use Palette Helper here because it will try to use application.current.resources. Instead, we need to give it the resource dictionary that contains the material design theme dictionaries. In this case, that is this Windows resources. So instead of doing Palette Helper, we do this. I know. I said it wasn't like long explanation for one word, right? And again, if you're in an MVVM situation, it is up to you to figure out how you get that into your view model, right? Like I realize if all you have is a window and a view model, how are you going to pass it in? Yeah. It's kind of ugly. Honestly, Palette Helper is a class that I would almost consider a UI class and not something I would put in my view model directly in a lot of cases. So typically the workarounds would be you create some sort of service, put it behind an interface. That way you can still test your view model without needing to touch view related stuff. And then the implementation of that interface can be really thin and just, target a window and populate it with whatever it is, right? Like in theory, here, tell you what, we'll do an MVVM sample, right? So here, we'll do theme dot set base theme, or, well, get base theme, all right? And let's see, theme, well, how about var current theme? So the point of my example libraries is I always try to remind myself, I am not doing anything clever. I am doing sample code. It needs to be uber simple. All right, so theme, how about var new theme? And actually, let's get rid of var in these cases because these are not obvious. All right, so let's make these real explicit. Base theme. Yeah, it's current theme, which, let's see. And we could do this as an if, but I kind of like this better. So if light go, let's see, base theme dark. What version of C# are you using? So this one is currently set up, at least for the sample project, using Net 8, which will be C# version 12 by default. So if you don't do anything in C#, your Lang version defaults to whatever version of C# shipped with the version of .NET that you're targeting. But there's nothing stopping you from changing that default Lang version because the default behavior is this, right? But if I want to use newer language features and still target .NET 8, I can do this as well and bump it up. So yeah, no, great question. If you see syntax that's weird or something that doesn't make sense, feel free to question me on it. I sometimes forget and I just instinctively type things and, doesn't always work out great. Okay, and then we will do theme dot set base theme, new theme. Right? And then this is where themes get weird, right? Because this is going to mutate the theme instance. But once we get the theme instance out of the resource dictionary, we then have to reapply it back in. Normally you do palette helper set theme. Again, palette helper is just an abstraction over application.current. So if you don't have application.current, you can't use palette helper, but you can still use the extension methods on resource dictionary and do set theme instead and reapply the theme back in, right? So bippity boppity booyah. Let's see if it works. Oh, hang on. We got to fix something here real quick. This button is big. Vertical alignment center. Horizontal alignment center. Okay, let's just, there we go. Launch library window. So this is our host application, no theming. All right, we launch library window, and then we immediately crash on site. Oh yeah, this one's gonna break us too. Forgot about that. We'll fix this in a minute. Because you can't do this. You can't do this. But I'll show you how to do it in a second. There's a way to do it, but you can't do it the normal way. Okay, so host application, library window. There's our library window. We can toggle our theme, and then it obviously doesn't work because of something that has gone wrong. Let's see here. What have I done wrong? So let's go here. So if we click the button, we get our theme. Let's see. Yep, pulled back a bunch of stuff. Great. Current theme is light. New theme is dark. Set base theme. And that goes there. Set theme. That seemed to have worked. Let's see here. Bum. Just trying to check the... Oh. Why you no work? Oh, we may have grabbed the wrong resource dictionary. Yep, we grabbed the wrong resource dictionary. Okay. Let's see. Palette helper. EH. Maybe this is why people want this type of thing. Get theme, right? So this guy here, and this is I guess a very important distinction, right? Is when it calls get theme. Oh, I guess we should look at it over here. When it calls get theme, even though it's going application.current, nope. All right, I'm sorry, get resource dictionary. It iterates over looking for the material design theme dictionary. This is actually what we want. This little bit of code here. WPF 10 years ago, so nostalgic. I still use and love it. I will say most recently I've been playing with Avalonia, and it's a breath of fresh air. But WPF is still so bloody stable. Like it's hard to get away with it. Let's see. I don't know why I did this. Why did I do the is cast thing when I could have just done this? I'm an idiot. Yeah, don't. Of type single. So in this case, I'm being real explicit about there will only ever be one. Oh. Oh, that's why I did. Oh, that's why I did that. Oh, past Kevin was clever. Okay, resource dictionary. Theme resource dictionary gets resources dot merge dictionaries single where x is I material design. Yes. Okay, there's a reason I did it that way. Ha ha ha. Okay, so the difference between the of type here and doing the is cast is, in this case, it returns true, but the return value is still of type resource dictionary. If you do an of type, the return type will be whatever the type is passed in. So doing this lets you type check it to say, I still want the resource dictionary back, but I only want the resource dictionary back that implements this. All right, so there we go. And then we're going to grab this, and we're going to grab this, and now I think it works. And we should fix our comment there because it's now maliciously wrong. Oh, it did. Why you no work? Why you no work? You're ruining my demo. Okay. Okay. Ba-ba-bum. Okay, so we have a theme. And, we can look at the background, right? So F1, right? Set base theme. You should see something very different. Yep. And then theme resource dictionary. Right? That should go through there. I just want to check and see because it didn't throw. Obviously, this thing still shows light, but you gotta actually check the values inside of it before we get too carried away. Isn't there? Yeah, I just want to iterate. So I want to look at background. That's toolbar background. I want brush background. Okay, I just gave up on looking for it. And I'm going to look for it here. 32, 32, 32. And it should be, if we just grab the immediate window. Theme resource dictionary. Sub. Material design. Come on, I just want to just give me the code because it's going to be material design dot brush dot background. But you have to spell it correctly for it to work. So it has updated. What? Oh, it updated, but okay. Okay. Next tip. Don't be an idiot like me. So my comment earlier, the thing that I'm expected to update is the window background. But if we look, our window background is not appropriately themed, right? It is always white, even if, and so let's do this, right? If we set the base theme to be dark right out the gate, right? Like it'll be very difficult to tell with just a button. So let's actually do something a little different. Let's do material design. Let's do like a card, right? This will, and then let's do like padding 50 or something huge, right? 80 all the way around, right? Horizontal alignment center. Let's see, vertical alignment center, right? And then these kind of become meaningless because we're just going to pad the card accordingly. Right, so if we do that, and I'm just going to relaunch so that it makes a little more sense. This will hopefully now make a little more sense, right? So there, right? So toggle theme, get rid of my breakpoint, right? So this hopefully makes sense, right? So the theme is in fact toggling. Okay, whew. Okay, world makes sense again, right? What is not toggling is the window, because the window is not appropriately themed. The contents of the window are. Right? So this is kind of working. It's kind of working, but it's not quite as good. Right? So and the problem is when we look at the getting started guide, right? It shows you that you can style your windows using this line. But when we tried to use it, it said that it couldn't find, right? It couldn't find this style because it doesn't exist. And that's accurate. It can't find the style because that style is imported here. You'll note this is line 9. This is line 15. This is dumb, right? Window.style, right? So you just don't declare the style up here and you do, stop it. You come down here and you go window, static resource key, and then we grab the key and we go paste and we get away with this. And it's unhappy because we declared it twice, right? And so now what we've done is we've declared the style, but we've declared the style after we've imported material design. So now what we should see happen is we should see the window follow the theme as well. Huzzah! And now when we toggle theme, everything toggles. Right? Bippity, boppity, booyah. So we need to leave some comments in here. In order to style the window, we need to set the Windows style after importing material design. Quick question. Nowadays, can we use WPF in Linux? The short answer is no. The longer answer is kind of. And this is part of the reason why I love Avalonia. So from Microsoft, the answer is no. WPF is DirectX based. It is Windows only. It is not likely to ever be ported anywhere else. So if your goal is to support Linux, WPF is not a good choice for new development. Emphasis on new development, right? There is, if you want to do it, Avalonia, and this is one of the ways that they make their money. So just to be clear, this is not Avalonia is free, but only if you are building from scratch. If you want to take your existing WPF app and not do any rewrite work, or do very little rewrite work is probably a better way of saying it, they have this XPF platform where they have more or less ported WPF cross-plat for Mac and Linux. And so you can take your WPF app, make only a small number of changes. Effectively, you drop Presentation Core and reference their cross-platform version of it. So you basically drop out the WPF assemblies, drop in their replacements, and you're off to the races, and you didn't have to rewrite your whole app. If you are willing to do a rewrite, you can actually use Avalonia for free. But that does mean you have to switch over to their flavor of XAML. You can't be using the WPF classes. It's not horrible, but it does take time, right? And some people have huge investments in their WPF repos, and they're like, dear heavens, I've got 20,000 XAML files. No, that will take me years, right? Which is true. So for people in that situation, that's one of the ways Avalonia makes money and stays afloat, which is good, right? Like, I think they make an amazing product, and I want them to stay around. And for people who want to gain support from Mac and Linux, this is the way to do it. And this is the easiest way for people with existing WPF applications that I am aware of to get Linux support. If you're willing to rewrite, you can use Avalonia for free. But if you're willing to rewrite, there's also you could also consider something like Uno as well. It depends on what you want. Avalonia will give you a common look and feel across all the platforms because they control the rendering engine with Skia. And so you get what looks like, so what your button looks like in Windows is what it looks like on Mac, which is what it looks like on Linux, which can be convenient. But some people don't like that. They want a native look and feel. And so if you want a native look and feel, Uno, no, Uno C#. This one. If you want a native look and feel, Uno is probably a better option to take a look at. And here, I'll just drop some links if you're interested. Uno is more akin to Microsoft's .NET MAUI, where you have a common code base, and then there's a translation layer between that common code base to the individual native platform APIs. And so you get native platform look and feel on everything. So you may write button in your XAML, but you get a Windows looking button on Windows, and you get a Mac looking button on Mac, and a Linux button on Linux, and that kind of thing. So some people prefer that. The disadvantage of this is Uno doesn't control their whole stack, and this is one of the like, on one hand, it's cool that they're running all the native stuff, but it means if there's a bug on any of the native stuff, Uno doesn't control it, like, because on Windows they're, I believe, using WinUI 3, right? And so if WinUI 3 has an issue, Uno can't fix it. That's a WinUI 3 issue. It's something they're built on top of, not something that they can directly fix. So they get all of the benefits and all of the drawbacks of that as well. So, and that's part of where .NET MAUI has struggled as well, is because when you're built on all of these different foundations, all of those things are revving independently, and you've got to keep up with them. Now, Uno is doing a pretty good job of it. MAUI, less so. So that's usually what I would tell people. The other thing to be aware of is, like, Avalonia has mobile support for Android and iOS, and I believe Uno has it as well. And again, this is where the native versus common UI really matters a lot, because some people are like, dear heavens, I don't want my buttons looking the same on Android and iOS. For whatever reason, like, mobile users are a lot more picky about that kind of thing. So if you intend to target mobile, that's a consideration to be there. But both Uno and Avalonia are very mature. They both offer like enterprise level support for big companies who are worried about, oh, what if something goes wrong? How are we going to get it fixed? Blah, 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 blah. Well, the answer is enterprise support plan. They've got SLAs. You can, if you run into a bug, you can have it fixed, yada, yada, yada. But I've interacted with the people on Avalonia on GitHub. They've been great. Uno, I've met many of the people on the team and chat with them. They're great. I think they're both good, solid picks. Anyway. But if all you're targeting is Windows and you want something that's bulletproof because it's been around for 2 decades, WPF works great. Build Conference, Microsoft's message was WPF is not going away. It is still alive and well. But for new development, we recommend people use WinUI 3. I think it's easier to set up a Windows server with Docker and be happy. You're not wrong. You are absolutely not wrong. Okay, I think this does this. Oh, I was going to show view models with MVVM and go that route, right? So let's do that. So that way people can see how to use it. Let's see. Community toolkit, MVVM. So for people who are unfamiliar with this library, check out my YouTube. I've done a Learn WPF with MVVM leveraging this, and I've also done a Learn Avalonia with it. Those are my 2 highest viewed videos of all time. So apparently what I need to do is make videos exclusively about this library because it's real popular. So if you're confused on it, check them out. Library window view model. So we are going to just do something real simple. Let's see. Observable object. Observable. Okay, it must be getting late because I can't type anymore. Okay, and then we're going to need a command for, let's see. I guess we can go private. Private void change primary color. Right? We're just going to do that. That sounds easy. Let's see. Thank you so much for the explanation. I'll follow much more times. Software architect in Brazil. I've been working with .NET since 2010. Oh, that's very cool. Yeah, and feel free, drop in with questions and whatnot. People get weird about asking questions on the stream. They're like, "Oh, I don't want to divert you." I'm very happy to answer questions. Like, I started this stream like 6 or 7 years ago, mostly as a way to answer people's questions, because it was sometimes just easier to make a video and show people rather than type out long responses. And so it became kind of a way of building an archive of answers to questions that came up a lot, so I could just link people to videos and say, here's the answer, go watch, right? And so it made things a little bit nicer. Let's see. Maybe we should move this into something a little different. What are we going to call this? Theme switcher. That'll do. Public interface I theme switcher. Let's see, void change primary color. Color primary color. We're just gonna keep it real simple. And maybe we'll even make it simpler. Let's see. So let's implement interface. And so the whole reason for doing it, I am implementing the interface on the window as an effort to maintain simplicity. Depending on how, if you're doing a plugin style things, your implementation may vary. I have many questions about everything involved in .NET. I don't know anything about it. I'm just very good at building CRUD. That is awesome. I mean, everybody starts somewhere, so there's no such thing as a dumb question. So let's do this. I want to capture this into a method, and I'm trying to be better about using my tools, and I'm already failing. One of my colleagues is very good at this, and why is this so hard? There is a quick extract method. That's the button we're going for. Get theme resource dictionary. Okay. And so we want to use that. And down here, we want to do the same thing. And actually, what we could do, we could actually just change this up and have it return the theme. Get current theme, right? And then this can do, yeah, because we don't actually, well, we're going to need the resource dictionary back anyway. No, never mind. Change my mind. Yeah, because we're going to need the resource dictionary. Yeah, no problem. Happy coding. Have a good night, Nathaniel. Hopefully the 10AL. Boy, I'll have to work on my pronunciation of that. Okay, so we're going to do this, and this is basically going to follow the same pattern as above. And again, this is meant to be an example of how you might do some of these things. So let's see, set primary color. Primary color. All right, so this is kind of the basic premise of how you would do theme changes. And so I'm going to put some white space around those. So I'm going to put this comment down here. In this case, that is the theme dictionary inside of this Windows resources. Yeah, that's better. That's better. So change primary color, and let's see here. We are going to go into here. And what is your problem? Missing partial modifier. Oh, yep. Partial. There we go. And then we are going to do this. This guy here is going to need an I theme switcher. Theme switcher. All right. This is what you would use in place of palette helper. All right. Let's see. And I'm going to put that comment here. Because we can't use palette helper, we create our own abstraction. The implementation of this abstraction will need direct access to the theme resource dictionary. So something about like that, right? And so theme switcher, change primary color. Now we need a color. What I heard is random colors are cool. So get random dot shared. And actually, let's just do this. Color New color gets color from RGB. Random. Well, we can actually do next bytes. Nah, we'll just do next. Let's see. Next, max value, byte dot max value. Byte. Right, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. Paste, paste. That. New color. There. Can't promise it'll be pretty, but it'll work. Okay, and then here, toggle theme, and then we will do button. Oh, we should set up our data context so it knows design instance local library window view model. Let's see, is design time creatable? False, because it does not have a default constructor. And then we will just do a stack panel in here. Keep things simple. And then we will do button content change primary color, command, binding, change primary color command. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Simple, easy. Let's see here. Let's put some comments here. Set up the root window in a similar manner to the app.xaml from a regular WPF app, following the material design in XAML getting started guide. I am intentionally not going to link to, well, I guess I could. We'll do this for now. Because at some point I want to move it off the wiki and then that link is bad, but you know, this will probably be pretty good. Okay, so this should now cause it to change. Oh, except for the fact that we have not actually set our data context. So let's fix that really quick. So here we are going to do data context gets new library window view model passing this. Right? So we have to actually set it in. Now, for your app, if you're using like my .NET template, you could do it with DI, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It all depends on how you are structuring it. Oh, we should put some spacing around that. Hang on. You need a little top margin. Like 20. There. So toggle theme still works. Great. Change primary color. We have random colors. Yay! Done. Okay. This, I think, is muchas better. Muchas better. Let's see. Example. Okay. Let's see here. Adding sample showing how to theme a WPF class library. This is in response to a question about handling theming with Rivet. Okay, let's see. Commit, what are you complaining about? See, this is hopefully something that's going to get fixed. Let's see, origin. There we go. And whoosh. And I lost track of my... Boom. Okay. Now we come down here, we find styling. Maybe I should have put it under theming. Whatever. Styling in a class lib. Okay. So, oh, we should add a solution file. Because this, well, let me phrase. We should put the solution file in a better place. Because right now the solution file lives down a level. And that's no bueno. Let's move it up. Let's see. Let's close this. Don't save. And then we're going to open this. And then it's going to be unhappy because I just, yeah, because it can't find the projects. Yeah, I know they aren't there. Yes, I'm trying to remove them. Thank you. Thank you for helping me. Now go away and get out of my way. Let's see here. We want to go to examples, styling. Do I move it to theming now? What else is in theming? Yeah, crap. Let's if we're already moving it, yeah, save. If we're already moving it, let's change it to theming. Probably a better place for it anyway. Okay, so we'll change this to theming in a class lib. There, that's a little better. Yeah, there. That's a better place. Okay, now we will do add existing project. And you are once again in the wrong place. Let's see. Examples. Theming in a class lib. Host app. Boom, there's one. Add existing project. Here. And then let's make sure it compiles, which it should. And then it should run and do all the same stuff as it did before. Okay, host app launches, launch library window, toggle theme, change primary color. Both buttons appear to work just fine. Yay, great. Okay, great. Everyone's happy. Let's see. Boom. Moving sample to theming. Changing, fixing SLN file. Yeah, we'll just do that. Boom, boom. And then we will send a link to it. And we will come down here. Theming in a class library. We will get a permanent link to it. Then we'll add a reply. Hi. The right person, right? I did up a small example of managing theming from a class library. You can see the example here. Boom, boom, boom. And then I'm going to label this not as a bug, but as a question, because this is not really an issue with the library as much as understanding setting up the WPF stuff. Okay, there's that. Hey, look, pipeline passed. Did we pull the trigger? I think we pulled the trigger. 5.2.0. Fire in the hole. This makes me happy. This makes me happy. Come on, GitHub Actions. Go make a production release. And we are off to the races. 5.2.0 is on the way. Oh, version matches milestone. See? At least I've got a check to stop me from doing something stupid. So, because I've done this now too many times, get versions. Okay, so this needs to be 5.2.0. Let's see, colors. I believe 3.1.1 is acceptable, but let's check. Let's check. Let's see. 3.1.1 is acceptable. And then 3.1.1 is also acceptable for apps. At some point, you know what? The whole idea of why these things were versioned independently was because they would rev independently. But I don't know if in the history of me being in charge of this library, if they've ever revved independently. I think they were done that way because of an old AppVeyor pipeline that has been dead and gone for years. We're going to do this. At some point, we may get down to a single version. But I think we're going to do this. I think it makes more sense for them all to be in sync. This aligns with a lot of other libraries that have a bunch of dependent packages. Okay, and you know what else we're going to do? We're not going to wait for a side pipeline. We're going straight to master. This is one of the joys of being one of the contributors, is you can just push to master. Now the colors and apps libs will all be the same version, because we can always bump forward. It means the colors library skipped version 4x doesn't exist. Okay, send it. Push successfully. Okay, now we don't even technically need to wait for that pipeline to finish. Yeah, it will run. Let's come here, run workflow. Okay, 5.2.0. So the nice part is my pipeline does validate that if I type in a milestone number, my version numbers have to match, because it doesn't make sense for me to have a milestone with one version and a release one. So there is an implicit idea here that when I name my milestones, I have to name my milestones matching my version number. Right? That's just kind of a rule I've self-imposed on myself for sanity purposes, because, you know, sanity. For when you're doing, you know, production releases at 11:30 p.m. and you haven't had enough Mountain Dew, that's what it's for. Okay. Hey! Version number matches milestone. Okay. So you'll also note it's going to gen my release notes for me. It's going to build my artifacts, and it's going to create a draft release for me. It's going to pull in all of the icon updates, because on the wiki here, you will note there are these things here. So we're going to get a 5.1.0 to 5.2.0 list of icon changes, because even though it's technically a breaking change every time there's an icon shift, I have decided that icon changes I am not going to rev my major version for, because I would be revving my major version on every single release. So as a compromise, I am documenting them instead. Done, right? Because the enum also gets members inserted in the middle, which means if you're referencing the enum by number, by index, you're just broken, right? Every change to this enum is a breaking change. Let me rephrase, a binary breaking change. And so I have decided that I'm just not going to treat that as a major version rev, and we're going to roll with it. Okay. So we have release notes. It has generated them all up for me. This is one of the best things, right? If you haven't seen this, while we're waiting for that to run, GitHub generate release notes. This is a happy feature. Automatically generating release notes. There is an actual docs page on this. Why do they not show? There's a docs page for this. Yeah. For whatever reason, they are not going to show it for me. But this here, the important part is this release.yaml, right? This is where it is building things up. And you'll note title, label, etc. So if we look at the material design project, inside of my GitHub repository, I have a release.yaml. And you can see I have said, hey, if I put ignore for release, don't put it in. Ignore authors that are either my service account or Dependabot or similar, right? We just, this isn't necessarily Dependabot. This is also the author name I used for like the icon PR merges because I just didn't want those showing up. Key changes. So when you see me put the release notes label on things, the reason is because that gets put in here, as well as the breaking changes one. So then if we look at the run here, right, we can see key changes, right? It goes through and it pulls out new contributors because that is kind of useful. It has a full change log. And then there's this added little bonus in here. A big thank you. So unlike the GitHub one, like it's nice when people get their first contributions. Like that's cool. But my opinion is people who review PRs, report bugs, those types of things, those deserve a thank you as well, because like code people can't fix a bug they don't know about. So somebody actually opening an issue or somebody reviewing a PR and providing feedback on it, that's valuable too. Like, and so I was somewhat annoyed that the built-in GitHub stuff only really counts and, you know, shouts out the people who make code changes. So I have written my own little GitHub action here. We can go look at it real quick while we're waiting for it. That will build release notes, right? So this thing here. So get contributors. So this is a little CLI app that I have built that generates out the contributors. So pro tip, if you are unfamiliar with GitHub Actions, when you see the name of it, that's literally a repository. So you can take that name, go github.com/paste, enter, and you will find the code for the GitHub action. It's really convenient. But we could go in and look, and we can see what this guy ends up doing. So in this case, you'll note it's doing the contributors. So this is specifically looking at the milestone contributors method. So if we head on our way down, you'll note it just uses the GitHub library, but it pulls back the milestone, pulls back issues, builds all of these things up and says, okay, and then it intentionally kicks me out because, you know what, I'm ignoring myself. I'm okay with that. Like this little CLI is clearly built for me. Other people can use it too. It just means if I contribute to their library, I won't ever get credit for it. So, like at some point, this should be a parameter, but this could also better be written with like the GitHub Actions has a nice JavaScript library where you wouldn't have to load up C# and all that stuff. But part of doing this was figuring out how to build a GitHub action with C#. But it goes through, generates it out, and then outputs all of these contributors in the format that I prefer, which is how we end up with this here, because everyone should get a shout out if you have done if you have contributed to this release in some way. And again, it could be an issue, it could be a pull request, any of those things in my opinion count, right? And there's a handful of people that tend to show up, right? Like Michael and Nikolai, they are both people who are on the maintainers team as well, and so they tend to show up a lot. They show up a lot. But there is one more step in here that's going to get really epic really fast. Does it show it already if I go to the summary? I don't think it does. Oh, it does. So the release notes are actually uploaded as an artifact, which is kind of cool. And you can open it right away. Open, right? And so if we want to look at what the release notes are going to look like. All right, so these are ones, and this is why I, when I'm reviewing PRs, I will intentionally flag them as release notes if I think they are exceptionally noteworthy. Because oftentimes these are the ones where it's like, ooh, yep, that's going to bite people. Yep. Blurry dialogue background. This one's actually, I think this one's actually one of the cooler ones that came in. I was going to show this. Yes, because this was one of the ones, a while back I did a stream on Mudblazer, just playing around with a different material design library for WASM. And their dialogue has a blurred background rather than a grayed out background. And so Corvins, I think I'm saying that right, decided that, you know what? It would be cool if the built-in dialogue host supported a blurred background as well, which it now does, if you would like to go through and do it. I will say it like, and this isn't an issue with the dialogue host itself, but if you do a lot of blurs in your app, it can impact performance. But dialogue hosts generally, you shouldn't have a lot of instances of these. These are generally top-level-y things that, you know, you might have multiple, but they're usually like embedded in logical groups. So the blur effect in WPF can be a potential performance issue or similar. So that is something worth mentioning. Let's see. Version matches milestone. Ubuntu latest pipeline will use this. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Like, these are valid warnings because I've got my job set to use the latest version of Ubuntu. But if I've set my job as Ubuntu latest, I've done it because I don't really care that much about the version of Ubuntu. Right? These things are just running very simple scripts. It really doesn't matter. So I just go, yeah, latest is great. Latest is great. And hopefully, yeah. This will take a minute because it does have to go through and run all of the UI tests, but it looks like it's gotten through. It looks like it's in the middle of the UI test. I'm just looking at what it's run. WPF test, WPF test, WPF test. So it's executed all of the tests for WPF. And then off to the races. Come on, come on, come on. And I know this says upload NuGets, but it's not actually, it's just going to push them up to the artifact. So here, I'll show you what it's going to do. Maybe I'll actually show it to you here. This would be better. Production release. Release. Let's see. Build artifacts is going, it actually uses a shared workflow. If we bounce back, build artifacts. So it goes through here, uploads the screenshots. These are ones that always execute simply because these will have, if the test fails for my UI testing framework, it generates screenshots of the failures. And so it's like, yeah, let's make sure we upload those. This will build the NuGets, but it's only going to upload the NuGets in the demo app as build artifacts, not as, I'm just checking this. That should be fine. Source main demo. I wonder if we should add the Material Design 3 demo app. That might be an interesting thing to include. If somebody wants to get over eager and wants to add another step here, it could be a nice thing to be able to upload the artifact as well. The one other place where it would be useful to put in is if we upload it on the actual release, because like the nightly release, all it does is build and push things out. It doesn't do anything with the demo app, but on the full release, we scroll down, create release. This spins the release. This updates the NuGet. Let's see here. Wait, where does it pull in? Where does it pull in the artifacts? Here. So this downloads the demo app, and then this zips it. And notes file. And then this pushes the zip app up to the new release. Izzy, welcome! You have made it just in time. Happy New Year to you as well. We are pushing a release of the Material Design Library. So, I hope I am not about to cause you a bunch of work. But 5.2.0, it is going. It is going. It is running. Hopefully successfully. We'll see. I did a bunch of fixes to this pipeline because the last several releases, it has not fully run to completion. Like it gets far enough to push out the updates and everything, but it doesn't like do the extra bookkeeping stuff that I want it to do at the end of the pipeline. Like rev my version numbers for me because I am that level of lazy. That level of lazy. So hopefully we get there pretty quick, which would be nice. Wonder why we're skipping these tests. I should go and look. Some of these I remember were problematic on the pipeline, but I thought we had corrected a bunch of them. So, okay, my cup needs a little more Mountain Dew in it. I have my uber large cup again. And then for those people who weren't here at the beginning, so I didn't do this intentionally, but I put on my Get Kraken shirt. And then today in the mail, this cool hoodie showed up. Get Kraken sent out a cool hoodie for speaking at GitCon. And I was like, that is awesome. Very soft. It's very warm. It's almost too warm for being indoors. It'd be nice if it was a little chilly. But like I'm indoors and my house is not freezing cold. So a little on the warmer side, but it's still kind of cool. Okay. Let's see. While we're waiting, we're going to let that go. Let's go back and take a look at the issue log again. See what else we can close. Remove the space for the scroll bar here and here. Remains with extra padding, which is a bit inconvenient. Oh, okay. Well, let's take a look at this. So, on the menu, like I do technically have some Tuesday problem. Monday is already fully booked with email catch up and line management, I assume. Maybe I'm butchering the words. That's good to know. Yeah, hopefully there's nothing major in this one that I don't think there's any big breaking changes. We can look real quick. We can look. If only we had the release notes of all of the breaking changes that were in it. Let's see here. So the fix for Shadow Assist, the numeric up down, there was a couple fixes. The pop-up box didn't line up well on different DPI systems. There was a visibility issue on a clock button. Numeric up down now supports decimals. The sliders tooltip now shows up properly. This radio button one, what was this one that I was... Oh, yeah, this was new radio button style, size stuff. Like, most of these changes are all new additions, not breaking things. Fixed code styles. This one could break people, but this was kind of an acceptable breaking change. So there was a bunch of converters that were exposed publicly that weren't intended to be. Joris did flag them, and so it shouldn't break anybody. Hopefully it doesn't. So it shouldn't be breaking. There is a chance that it is. But I don't think so. And then blurry dialogue backgrounds. So mostly net new features, not breaks to existing stuff. Okay, yes. We're on to the happy stages. Happy stages. The test is always the slow part. Happy. So this is literally just building the delta for that wiki page, because again, I'm way too lazy to maintain these icon changes. Like, I am not going to maintain this. That is way too much work. Because, yeah. And it's been 7 months, so I imagine there's a handful of them. But we'll see. We will see. The source library hasn't put out that many updates, so I'll be surprised if there's none, but I won't be surprised if there's not many, because there haven't been that many. Okay, something about menus. I want to go and look and see. This might be one of those cases where we solve it with just an overloaded style, because I can understand the desire, and it's bitten me before, that extra padding in there, and I don't remember where it comes from. So I feel like I want to understand the problem before I propose fixes. All right, so there's this. So it's this, and once again, it's a little hard to see in dark mode, so we'll go light. So here, it's this extra space you can see above the save and below the look deeper. I do love how it holds its position there. Make this window bigger so it doesn't do that. All right, so it's these extra spaces down here that are, I believe, reserved for the scrolling, but we should confirm that. Sorry, I'm going to move this where I can see. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Okay. Oh, it's so exciting. This is the cool part. So, pipeline has run the first half. It's gotten all the way through. It has now made my draft release. And now it's going to do all the important stuff. Update the wiki, push the NuGets, publish the release, close the milestone, rev my version numbers for me. Okay, let's go look. So if we go here, and this is not something non-contributors can see, but it now has a draft of the release. That is some DevOps. Yes, Deflux. I spent a little bit of time working on it. There is an argument to be made that the amount of time I have saved is nowhere close to the amount of time I've put into it. But it makes me happy, so we did it anyway. So these are the release notes as we saw before. So those got published. We can see the assets down here. We've got the demo app zipped up, which is cool. We've got all the NuGet packages appropriately versioned. I'm just going to validate the zip file contains what I expect, because there was a bug last version, 2 versions ago, but it was fun. See, that's the important part. I don't know why, but I get this sense of enjoyment when I can do a lot of automation with DevOps. It makes me feel like I am orchestrating a bunch of little minions to do my bidding. It feels good. Okay, so that looks basically like what I would expect for the demo app. Like I said, if somebody wants to get crazy and include the Material Design 3 demo app in the artifacts, great. I would happily take that. Okay, so that all looks good to me. And this is why I have it do it as a draft release, just so that it pauses. And as a human, I have to say go. That makes me happy. because I like being in charge and going, you know what? Maybe production releases should just go. Like, maybe I should have to click a button. But then we hit the button and we go, send it. Mwah. Well, I should wait to do that until I see if it works. Because so far to date, this pipeline has never run fully green. So that's not a good sign. So the release got published. Oh, we're going to get, that's okay. So we did pretty good, right? It closed the milestone, published the release, pushed the NuGets, and updated the wiki. So let's just go validate that real quick. So for the wiki, that should be here, right? So now we have the 5.1 to 5.2.0 icon changes. None. That makes me wonder if the source that I'm pulling from has made a breaking change and I just haven't noticed. But functionally inside the library, there are no icon changes, so that is perfectly fine. Let's see here. Published NuGets. We're just going to look at the output here from NuGet.org because they probably won't show up for a moment or two. Right? So NuGet responded successfully. That's good. Publish the release, so we can validate that real quick. 5.2.0 now shows as latest on the repo, so that worked. Great. Close the milestone, so let's go check the milestone list. We now only have the 5.3.0 milestone, no longer the 5.2.0. That's good. And now the one thing that didn't work, it didn't bump my version numbers. Permission denied. Unable to access. Oh, what have I done? Let's see. I have a long-running argument at work that we need to sort out proper DevOps. Turns out after I demanded new cost code to prove it, I managed to book almost 25 hours in the first week performing the manual steps. Yeah. Well, and that is always the hard sell for people. Like, I remember I was working for a client at one point, and they were a real small company. Like, 3 or 4 people total was the size of this company. So real small, not a big budget. And we were building a desktop application, and I was like, hey, do you guys mind if I spend, just a couple hours and set up this pipeline to, automate the releases? Because before I was literally compiling the app and copying out to a network share, and that was our deployment process, right? Wasn't great. And there was constantly issues of, oh, what version are you on? Oh, how did that go? It's like, yeah. Or I'd forget to rev the version when I published, and there was all kinds of stuff like that. And so the owner kind of hemmed and hawed, like, maybe, should we do it? And I was like, this is what we should probably do. And thankfully, he's like, okay, go ahead and do it. I was like, great, thank you. So I went through and did it, and I think we made it like 1 or 2 releases before he came to me. He's like, you were so right. This is so much better. I was like, it was nice getting validation from a business manager that it was like, yes, this was the right call. It's like, thank you. Okay, so what actually failed here? So this is what bothers me. So we know, come back to that in a minute because I want to fix this. I really want this to work. Okay, so it got through this step. That's exactly what our release process is, but our network share is actually another Git repo. At least you have versioning then. Not great, but at least you have versions. Or commit hashes. Maybe not versions. And there are some systems, like I work with Argo CD. Right? Like, yeah, this guy here, which is basically GitOps for Kubernetes to deploy out to. Like, it feels weird. Feels very weird at times, but like it technically works. So like everybody kind of gets into their idea of what best deployment looks like. I don't like it, but that's a little bit of a meism, not necessarily saying that it's bad. Okay, so which one of these lines actually failed is my big question. I got too many tabs open, so we're just going to start closing stuff until I find what I need. We have almost 2 petabytes on the server for that repo, and it's running out of space. Holy crap. Holy crap. Yeah, that was the benefit of our strategy with, if you just don't have any history or versions, it doesn't get any, well, it does technically grow in size, but it doesn't grow in size that fast. Definitely not 2 petabytes in size. Like the app itself, I think nowadays is something like 3 gigs. But that's like 3 gigs after being built for 8 years with a team of people doing stuff and adding features and pulling in more dependencies and yada, yada, yada. Unable to access. So this must have been on the push. So this guy here failed. But this guy, and actually, you know what? Maybe I should check. So this has an environment GitHub token. Oh. I bet you that's the difference. This thing would be running with the standard token that wouldn't necessarily have permissions. This one would have permissions. Oh. Because this, we checked it earlier. I don't know if you were on, Izzy, but this, like, these steps here work. These steps fail. Can I specify the environment variable at the step level is the question. Company has been going for 40 years and they never clean out old stuff. Yeah, that'll do it too. That'll absolutely do it too. GitHub Actions YAML. There is a docs. I think it's just docs.github.com. Okay, docs.github.com. I think that's where it is. Yeah. Yep. Steps. I want workflow syntax for GitHub Actions. This is what I want. I want to know if down here, because I know at the job level I get an env block, right? So I can do it at the job level. It would be nice if I could go down lower. Filler pattern cheat sheet. That is not useful. What I was hoping to see is something down at the step. Job ID output there. Steps. So do steps contain envs? Oh, they do. Steps. Oh, and look, they even show GitHub token as one of the. Oh, guys, you're making my life too easy. So we're going to go here. We're going to go here, and we're going to go here. But I want to use the same secret as this one here. Because I believe this is an org level secret, if I'm not mistaken. There. I think that will fix it. And this is the problem. I don't know if this is going to fix it. I think it's going to. Because I'm trying to see if what would possibly be the difference between these. But we'll know on the next release. Let's see. Explicitly setting the token for the version number changes to use. Oh, we should bump the version too. We should bump the versions too. We'll do the same thing it was going to do. So it was going to do this. It was going to go 1, because all it does is hunt out these version numbers and bump the last version by 1. Like, that's it. Let's see. Bumping versions to 5.2.1. There. Because that bump only matters for the nightly release. Now all the preview releases will get that 5.2.1 release out the door. Okay, one other thing I want to check on. I want to check on that icon generation. I want to see if there is something going on. Why? Because we didn't release in 7 months. And that it's possible. I don't remember seeing a lot of icon PRs merge. Apparently the answer was 0. But it shocks me as something weird. So this is also one of the things that I love very dearly to my heart. My launch settings has pre-built things for all of the things that it does. So I want to test my icon launching. I'll test my icon launching. Let's just run it. Mwah. I firmly believe people should check in their launch settings.json files. And I also believe that they should make them useful. Would you rather see a tree grow or a knee grow? Oh boy. Hang on 1 second. Way too late for me. Right? Where is my... why do I not have my buttons for this? Where is my... layer? No, my buttons are not showing up. Twitch, why did you move my cheese? Here. It moved my cheese. Why did you move my cheese? And... Oy vey. Oy vey. Oy vey. I'm gonna just do that. There. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, let's see. Icon thing. This should have been the thing that ran. Yeah, so downloading icon data. Like, did it not do what I think it did? So, I guess so step 1, like the endpoint, because this is where we're pulling the data from. Let's look and see. I don't know if that GUID is significant or not. And we are pulling their dev feeds, so let's just look. Yeah, I'm worried that they changed their URL or similar, and we have now missed it. Let's see here. So changelog history page. When was their release? April 4th, 2024. And they added a chicken. That is very significant. See you, Deflux. Have a good night. April 4th is more than 7 years ago. So we might be... But we should have picked up these here as well. Yeah, I'm wondering. So one, let's see if we have chicken. This is a very important question to answer. If do we have a chicken icon? What is the file name that has the massive enum in it? I guess we can just look at where this thing writes it to. Pack icon data factory. That I would like to find that. Boom, boom, boom. And then the most important question, and there's the thing, does chicken exist? Okay, so we do have their latest icon. Okay, so maybe there's not a big issue. Trying to remember search API. Let's see, dev materialdesign.api.com, public endpoints, blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to remember, yeah. Public endpoint, get packages. Because what are we hitting? Which let's look at the endpoint that we are going against. Get data sources. Let's see. So API, we are looking at package / GUID. Let's see here. We have a note in here about leveraging different ones. What are these guys here? Let's see. Please do not use these endpoints to scrape the site or build third-party in the metadata.json in the CDN. So we should potentially hit this instead. Because we are actually hitting this. So the question then is meta.json, where is this thing stored? Let's see here. All that is provided. Scripting. Got it. Let's take a look at this guy. Show me what you got. Is stored. This contains blah blah blah. Create the build script. Blah 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 blah. Okay, so that's nice. But it is lacking in a little bit of detail. Just a little bit. That is causing me a bit of heartache. So I kind of want to back this guy up a little bit. Let's see. Docs. Let's just go all the way back to the repo. Docs contribute. Contributing? Nope. API. Okay. Site or to build third-party applications, which is kind of exactly what we're doing on the CDN. So this one here. I guess what I'm looking to do though is figure out what is the version slash. Okay, so what would be nice then? Copy link. Let's see, URL decode. I think this is just decode. Right? Okay, so at version. Is there a way to pull back the versions? Like, this is where it's like, I understand don't scrape the site, but you haven't given me a lot to play with. And so it makes it a little more difficult. Let's see here. So, because we were going to add package slash GUID. Let's see here. So this is. Let's see. Package by ID. Search through a package of icons by event. Package ID. So how do we know what package ID is the question. Where did I get that GUID in the first place? Because somewhere that package ID showed up from. Because at the end of the day, I really just want all the icons. But it does appear that they just haven't had releases in a while, so it looks like it's fine. Yeah, okay. Cool. Well, I'm going to think that that is probably sitting pretty then, and at some point we may have to adjust, but it looks like at minimum we're going to end up having to hit the API to get the version, get list of packages. Oh, so we could do that. We do that. Was it get packages? Slash packages. What? Let's see. That's the base URL. The public endpoint should be something akin to this. May not be a smart person, but that feels a little misleading. Right? Because that clearly hits that. And the other one is, I wonder if it's just package and there's a typo. I want to know what this actually is doing. This is now a moment of needing to understand. I'm sorry, what? Is it literally just empty? It's just straight empty. Okay. That is very, very confusing. Yeah, it seems like it doesn't work. But what do I know? I'm just a developer. Yeah, that API does not, like, I realize this is what it's documented to do, but I don't think that that is very fair. Suppose we could always pull it from here, but this also doesn't seem overly updated either, given that it shows 2 years ago. So, yeah, we're going to continue hitting the thing that works. At least as long as it continues to work. Yeah, feel free to, whatever question you got, Green. Yeah, I think it works just fine. Just hasn't had an update in a very long time, which that's okay. Oh, yeah, no, don't worry. I answered to both. I've used both as my screen name. Let's see here. So let's take a quick look at that menu then again. Just because I want to understand it. Because there is something going on here. This is menu item. Menu base. Let's flip back to the demo app then. That way we can see it going. These are just the spelling ones. Let's take a look. Menu. Menu. And do we still have Snoop? No. I need Snoop. And then Snoop, be out of the way. And then you be tall. And I want to see what the... There's the menu item. Right, so if we open this, that's the menu item. Stack panel. That still has it. Items panel. I'll flip to light theme for people. I'm watching where my red line goes, and I'm looking for the item where it finally collapses over the whole thing. Not there. Scroll content presenters. This is the guy. He must have a padding on him. No. Does this grid have a margin, maybe? Look at that. 16, 16. So if that margin were 0, it would go away. Yeah, so that is the reason. Yep, there it is. So we are looking for a grid inside of a scroll presenter that is inside of part pop-up, which is inside of menu item. Okay, let's find our way into this. The one that I collapsed probably is related. There's the scroll viewer. There's the pop-up. We have... Oh, let's see. We have border, border. Why do we have border, border, border? That feels... Something's weird here. This could be for clipping purposes. I'm hesitant to change it. But this guy here... I wonder why we have that hard-coded 16. Why do we have this hard-coded 16 in here? Let's look, because material design has a component section. What do they do? Specs. Let's see. Disabled, hovered, color. I'm more interested in the... Yeah, it looks like in at least Material Design 3, the size of that is significantly reduced. It's much smaller. It's still there, though. It is still there. Measurements 4. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah. Let's see. So that's 24. That's 48. I assume this circle is intended to indicate a 4x4, and this is 8x4, I think is how I interpret that. This is 12x4. Okay, let's see what we got for a question. Let's see. I'm out of market since 2023, but I was hired again last month. I'm starting on January 7th. Oh, congratulations. But I'm feeling outdated about the market and all this stuff. I used to code in .NET 6, and the company also codes in .NET 6. Do you have any tips for me? Yes. So one, you're not as far out of date, and shockingly, a lot of companies do tend to lag behind. I don't know if that is the case at your new company or not, but there are... but it is worth doing. There are a few resources I will share with you. So one, this one here, the unfortunate part, so one, full disclosure, let me see here. Where's my thing? See that? That's my name. So I'm biased towards this resource. If you want a print copy, you are welcome to it. The web currently doesn't expose the versions. We actually have little sections that call out version updates, but there's not a way to just say, hey, show me everything that's new since Net 6, which is like, that's something that we have plans to add in the future, but it's not something that's in there currently. The other good resource, let's see, what's new in .NET. There are, is this the page? Yeah, so I would tell you to take a look at this. So this will take you to the .NET 9 one. But if you have worked in Net 6, I would say just take a quick glance at the what's new section in Net 7, 8, and 9. Just a quick glance. You don't need to read through and like understand all of them, but just be aware of what's potentially there. The nice part with .NET is they really hate breaking changes. So everything you did in .NET 6 still works in .NET 9. Like, there's a handful of things that have been deprecated, but they're usually weird esoteric APIs that most people didn't touch anyway, because Microsoft will not kill things quickly. By the time they've deleted it, it either had to have like some major security vulnerability, like secure string or something of that nature, right? Like, and even then, they really hate breaking API changes. They really hate it. Because they've got a lot of big companies that they're trying to support, and if they make a big breaking API change, those companies have to ingest that change, and that accounts to a lot of hours and a lot of dollars, and that makes people unhappy. So take a look through a handful of these things. This will at least give you a decent idea of what's new in .NET, which I think is probably more useful than C#, because some of these things may not apply to you, right? Like, if you're not working on an AI related project, skip this section, right? none of this matters, right? For people who are, some of this could be really important. If you're doing cloud-based stuff, .NET Aspire, feel free to dive into the What's New link there. Same with .NET MAUI. Again, these are going to be things for, if it pertains to you, check it out. If it doesn't, just skip it over and don't worry about it. The other ones that are worth looking at is the What's New in C#. And I'll send you this link too. This is just language specific, and there's kind of a blurry line between what counts as C# language and what counts as .NET, right? The best part about the What's New in C# 13 and .NET 9, it was very underwhelming. There was not a lot of new stuff that came out this year. Like, there's some cool stuff that's out there, but it wasn't anything big or like groundbreaking. It was like, oh yeah, there's some cool little quality of life things. But yeah, so you didn't miss much this year is the short version of what I was saying. The other thing you might find useful, I did a user group talk not that long ago, specifically covering what is new in .NET 9. So if you prefer to consume video content, that is a user group one there. But again, if you worked in .NET 6, I would just go through and take a quick gander at some of these items, specifically around knowing some of the newer syntax for things that came out around them, and really just being aware of some of these top level things like ref read only parameters. This is a feature that very few people end up really needing to know. So that ends up doing there. The other thing that I would suggest, and this will depend on what your company supports. So if you are running latest Visual Studio, the built-in tooling for the analyzers with the light bulb, pay attention to those. Right, so if we look at, if I kill this real quick, Solution Explorer, give me a C# file. I just need a C# file. Right, so you will get, over on the left here, you will end up seeing little like code suggestions. Pay attention to those, because those will oftentimes be the way Microsoft tries to hint to people about newer syntax or newer features, is they try to do it in a non-invasive way to go through and strongly hint. The other thing that I really like, and I go back and forth between whether I use it a ton or whether I don't, but if your company supports it, JetBrains has either their Writer IDE, which is a full-fledged IDE, or they have ReSharper. Where is ReSharper on this list? There it is. Now, though, I will say this: the JetBrains tooling tends to be a resource pig, specifically ReSharper, which is the only reason I don't run it, is because there is a cost benefit to me between how much benefit I get versus how much it slows me down. But I will say the JetBrains tools are really good at teaching you new features. They're really good. When I was starting out, I ran ReSharper for like the first 4 or 5 years, and it was really nice because it's a little more opinionated than the built-in Visual Studio stuff. But it's reasonably good opinions. There's a handful of things where I might go, I don't really like that. But if you follow its suggestions, it will lead you down a known good path. So there's nothing wrong with it. Some people will have different opinions. It is opinionated, so just be aware of that. But it will lead you down a good set of opinions. So it can be very helpful in terms of going through and doing it. And again, it may depend on what your company provides versus whatnot. Yeah, JetBrains annotations are good as well, and I think they cover that in And I saw a question there. Am I switching? I still run Visual Studio. The one exception, I've been getting better with Writer because I've been doing development on a Mac, and if you are on a Mac, Writer I think is the best .NET IDE available to you on a Mac. I'll just put it that way. Let's see here. Yeah, there is a. Is it in here? Did they cover it in here? Ooh, didn't use ORMs. We used ADO.NET. Yeah, Writer is the best IDE on Windows, Mac, Linux. Yeah, and that might be another good one to point out to you for the what's new areas. EF always puts out their what's new stuff. I will say for EF, I don't know that, like, I will occasionally look at their what's new section, but oftentimes the stuff with EF that I care most about is EF often takes C# language features and builds those in as features. And those are the changes I care most about. So I think it was in C# 11, don't quote me, where the required keyword was introduced. And EF took that required keyword, and if it saw it on your models, it would convert that into a not null constraint on your database column, depending on your provider, right? Which was them taking a C# feature and then bringing in added support around it, for better or worse, right? Some people hate it. Like, please don't muck it up. But it's worth noting that if your company is using EF, it may be worth taking a brief gander through here. I think the big features that I would tell you to do, depending on what you know now, nullable reference types are probably one of the biggest C# features I think that are worth knowing and understanding, especially if you are learning. But you said you had done .NET 6, but if it was old ADO.NET, maybe that wasn't a thing. That sounds like it may have been .NET 6 targeting old stuff, so maybe it was only there. Let's see. What do you recommend for .NET? I'm using VS Code only for everything. Should I change to Visual Studio or Writer? I think it depends. So it depends a little bit on what you're doing. If you are building web-based stuff, and I go back and forth. So if I'm doing ASP.NET, Visual Studio Code is not bad. Even though VS Code has like IDE level features, I still treat it more of an editor than an IDE in a lot of cases. They do have the new what do they call it? The new C# extension for VS Code that they've been pushing as their cross-platform way of doing .NET, but it's not up to par with everything else. If you don't care about a lot of features, it works great. Like, VS Code is fast, works well, and for people coming from other tooling that is very folder directory based, it feels very natural. It supports, I think, every language under the sun there's an extension for. So VS Code is not bad. If you are trying to leverage it as a learning tool, though, I think it lags behind a little bit in terms of the capabilities for debugging tools and analyzers and suggestions. Like, you get some of that stuff, but VS Code relies a lot on terminal interaction for some of it. So yeah. So if I was going to recommend something, if you are on Windows, I very much like my Visual Studio. But understand that there's, like, an IDE choice is kind of like asking a carpenter for his favorite hammer. Everyone's kind of got a little bit different
benefits of what they like. Rider is a very close second in terms of IDEs for me. Like Visual Studio is my personal preference, but Rider is not far behind. There are a handful of things about Rider that are significantly better than Visual Studio. It's got some really cool diff interactions for when it's like rebasing and whatnot that are second to none. I think it's got the best three-way merge tool out there because it's language sensitive, and so it can do better diffs than what you will get from most Git tooling, which makes me sad, but it is awesome. I will say that. Visual Studio, I think, does a little better with like the AI integration. So people using things like Copilot or similar, I think the Visual Studio family has the best interaction there, even in VS Code. It goes a long way. So, yeah, I think what I would say, if you are on a non-Windows machine, Rider, hands down, I don't have to think, right? If you're on a Windows box, I like Visual Studio. But again, I would say the difference on Windows between Visual Studio and Rider is a lot of preference, and some people care more about certain features than others. So do with that what you will. I want to learn code on Python. Yeah, in that case, like, yeah, no problem. And again, I love questions, and people get me talking on this area, and I go round and round quite a bit. Don't know if Python is legit yet. Python's very legit. The company I work for is here. While I'm just shamelessly plugging stuff. So here's who I work for, if anyone cares. So we are a professional services company, effectively a consulting firm. We do a lot of work with various companies, some of which is with Python. We are a Microsoft partner, so our bread and butter is our C# and our .NET. But we do have I think I'm trying to remember how many. We have several Python projects that we work on. It's especially popular in data sciences and similar. So for people doing like a lot of AI stuff, machine learning, it's incredibly popular in academia because of how quote unquote easy it is to get up and running. Like people can hack together Python stuff to do a lot very quickly. And so it is fairly good for that. And there is there's a running joke with Python that you can just import a package and you can make Python do whatever the heck it is you want it to do. So I still do my C#, but I am fully aware that I think my experience has shown that people learn Python faster than they learn C#. And that's a lot of why Python gets used a lot in universities, because it tends to have an easier learning curve for a lot of people. And so it's a more gentler way to get people introduced into programming before they, slam them with the hard stuff. Spider-Man suit learning. I don't know. I might need an explanation on what you mean by Spider-Man suit learning. And hi, welcome everyone to my stream where we do .NET stuff and generally programming related things. Okay, I think what I'm coming to the conclusion of is this thing says 8, that says 4. I don't know what to do with these numbers. Yeah, and I think the other thing that's worth noting, because Stack Overflow, so they put out, I think, what is the biggest, this guy here. They Spider-Man Homecoming. Oh yes, I have, but now I'm trying to remember it. I watched it once, and I have a bad habit of falling asleep in movies if I'm watching them on the couch with my wife. So Stack Overflow puts out this survey of all kinds of really cool metrics about, languages and technologies and how it's working and who's doing what and all of this stuff, right? And it's very, very interesting. And there's lots of numbers and lots of things. The one thing that I wish it did better, and I don't think there's enough data to actually make it work, is I wish it was, I want to build a Spider-Man suit like that. Nice. Is I wish it was more localized. So I live in the northwest United States, which is like I'm only several hours away from Seattle. And the thing is if you look at C# and .NET and Microsoft related stuff, people will go, that's not the most popular language in the US. It's like, you're right. It's like 5th or 6th, I think, is what it comes in as. And the problem with that, so C#, if we look here, JavaScript, HTML, Python is number 3 on the list, right? SQL, TypeScript, Bash, Java, and then C#. Again, according to here, the problem I have with this is it doesn't paint a really good picture. Like, this is useful information, but I don't know if I would try to build my career around this data. Because me being close to Seattle, it's where Microsoft is based. We joke that the Redmond pull is strong, and so the number of .NET C# related stuff in this area, I would tell you, is higher than what is probably average for the country, because I am close to Microsoft, and that adds a lot of pull to it. And so it makes it. It's useful data, but understand that this survey is a data point, not a whole thing, right? Like, and if we go and not all of these things are mutually exclusive either, right? Like JavaScript, TypeScript, SQL, HTML, like most. That's weird. Your picture is frozen. Is it? Oh wait, never mind. Okay, maybe I'm just holding really still, and if my mouth hides behind the microphone, it starts to look like that. But it's like some of these, it's like they aren't mutually exclusive lines. Like if I work on a full stack thing, I'm probably using TypeScript, C#, HTML, CSS. Like I'm pulling from multiple things in here all at once. So it's like, for what it's worth, right? But learning to code, Python landed on top. Not even surprised. And again, I always find this interesting, but I don't, like I said, I wouldn't base my career or anything on it. Like, if you're way at the bottom, right, and you're saying, ooh, I'm learning Perl because I want to be a Perl developer, well, just know that it's not overly popular. That doesn't necessarily make it bad, but it does likely indicate that, the number of Perl jobs out there is likely to be significantly less than something, near the top. Training wheels protocol in Spider-Man suit. I do remember that part. I do. But yeah. So again, it worth taking a look at and knowing, but at the end of the day, base it around your area and like what jobs are opening. Somehow that sparked my brain into coding. That is awesome, right? Like, I will say, people get into coding from a lot of different ways, and oftentimes what I tell people is come up with something, because people are like, oh, how do I learn how to code? It's like, I think the step one is come up with something that you want to do. Again, you may have to scale it down to something manageable, because sometimes people have, very grand aspirations, which is great. But if you're trying to learn, scale it down to reasonable. And then pick technology and language to do that. Because my experience is when people are interested in what they want to build, right, the amount of learning that you're going to take in and retain is so much higher when it's doing something that you want, right? Like I had one person, they're like, oh, I just really want to build mobile games. Great. Let's pick something for building a mobile game, right? That's fine. But it's one of those, it's like they're more likely to learn programming and be excited about it if they're moving towards an objective that they wanted, because that's what seems fun to them, right? So usually trying to get people to pick what the thing is that they want to move towards is the hardest step. Yeah, I think what I would tell you in that case is start small, right? Like, you have access to a 3D printer somewhere or similar. The electrical engineering stuff is always that's an area that has always been interesting to me, and I've never been good at it. Like, I've built a handful of small things. Like, I built my own little garage door opener at one point. I've got a little system set up with a RetroPie that does some light controls for me. And it's like, oh, that's cool. But yeah, I'm flipping some relays. It's like, the code isn't exciting, but it was cool to figure out and go from idea to software to hardware and see it run. Like, that part was kind of cool. I've got a colleague who I swear he's the master of putting things together, and is very good at building hardware related things. Mo, I do not know that word. Is it this robot? Humanoid robot built by Honda? Ah, okay. No, I have not heard of this. I posted. Well, that's disappointing. Yeah, these types of projects would be, yeah. Yeah. So one of the most fun projects I ever got to work on is I was working for a company that was building industrial printers for printing circuit boards. So PCBs, right? Right. And so if you actually spell things correctly, right? Yeah, these things, right? Because PCBs are multiple layers, and it was actually very interesting because lots of lasers, fast moving tables, and it was very exciting. It was one of the few times I have been writing code that could potentially kill me, because I was driving stepper motors and lasers, and it's like, oh, there was one day my boss walked in and he found me literally sitting on, like, the table needed a certain amount of weight to trigger a sensor on it. And so I literally was sitting on the table, making it go up and down with my laptop. So I was literally writing my code up and down, trying to figure out the code for controlling the sensor. It was really fun. It was very exciting to build code that literally made me move. It also made me realize that, since the safety switch wasn't working properly, I had to not put my finger in the wrong place or it would crush me. So that would be bad. Well, that code made me, yeah. Well, because I was the printers that printed those circuit boards are at least the ones we were building were big. They were like, I think, 1 meter wide, 1.5 meters long, and like 1 meter tall or something like that. So fairly largish machines. And they were not small stepper motors that made those things go. Not necessarily out of copper. In this case, this was the find one. These types of ones where there's multiple layers in there. So there is copper layers in there, right? But there's also like Mylar and similar, and then all of these things end up getting fused together. So, but they say printer, but it's more like the printer in this case was laser, for, in a lot of cases, cutting, and the hard part was trying to line up the fiducials, effectively the thing on the circuit board, the reference point in a lot of cases. to figure out where to position things, because doing stuff at this kind of scale was being measured in microns, which is a micron is 1/1000th of a millimeter. So it's, or is it 1/100th of a millimeter? It's a tiny fraction of a millimeter, and it was interesting to try to get things that level of accurate. Cool. Cool, Green. Have a good one. And yeah, feel free to drop in. I stream weekly at this time. So if you want to drop in and pop more questions, feel free. And good luck on the new job. Yeah, all the holes for the VIA is hard. Yes, absolutely, Izzy. Absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot of things that go wrong, and things warping and heat and all that kind of stuff starts to like any amount of warping starts to change the perspective. And what do we have, like 6 cameras, 8 cameras? There's a lot of cameras, and the speed at which the things were moving around meant that there was weird problems to solve around, well, how do we get an accurate picture when the board is moving that fast? And so shutter speed was an issue, and rolling shutter effect was actually a problem. So making sure that we had the global shutter on it as well. So all kinds of interesting things. And then it's like, well, now we have to make sure we have enough light, and because we're shooting through a target that's 2 millimeters across. Yeah. I think going to bed actually sounds wonderful. It is 1 a.m. for me, and tomorrow morning I get to do more remodeling on my house and sheetrock, so that will be exciting. Yeah. So, but at least we got the release out. That makes me feel good. Hopefully next time the whole thing runs end to end. Seeing fingers. Hopefully I don't wait 7 months for the next release. Thank you for the questions, everyone. As always, feel free to drop in. I love discussing stuff and going from there. 11:02 a.m., 9 a.m. Oh, the dream. I assume that's what time it is in Europe area. So, as always, everyone, happy coding. We'll see y'all next time.